Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. Before we get into whatever is going to come our way as the first submissions in a queue, we're just going to do a quick preview of this thing here by Megatoro. And thank you, Kitten Brie for the first submission of Fire Castle. We'll get to you in just a few minutes. We're just going to run a quick warm-up to make sure everything is working on my end. I have no intention of finishing this level at the Champions Road in the course of this stream. We're just going to dive into it quickly, make a few attempts, and just get a sense of how difficult it is. It is, of course, modeled on the 3D Mario Finale format, and indeed that's what the text apparently says in Japanese. We are aware of the most difficult courses in 3D Mario series. High difficulty, intermediate, be careful of the long course without checkpoints. Let's take a quick look. We'll put in a few attempts and dip back out and get right into the queue after that. Let's go. Male64, welcome. Yeah, this is something I am going to play through, hopefully in a longer stream later on. It is, as you can see, an original level, not a remake of Champions Road, but something akin to the same format. And with a relatively soft introduction here. Like I said, no intention of clearing this right now. I just want to see what we're in for, just as a bit of mental preparation before we eventually get into it for real. Whoops. Well, let's actually follow the vine pattern. I mean, certainly we're not going to lose that easily here. And yeah, after that, I'll just be on this for like maybe 5 to 10 minutes just to see how we're doing in the early rooms. It is a marathon level. I just wanted to get a sense of what the tuning was like on the individual segments. And of course we'll have to bounce up the twisters a little more accurately than that. I was doing fine in my first attempt. Don't know why this is going so much worse. But that's okay, we'll let the twisters do their spawning. Really just have to hit them dead center. And there we go. Love that cloud and twister idea, in fact. Even Gorilla and Meng, welcome. I think this question block is likely not happening. Unless we can get some momentum going this way. Yeah, we can do that, and then the icicle should respawn. That's an interesting way to kind of cheese this, actually. Unless it's part of the intended pattern. Come on. Drop. That's not what I meant. Didn't want me to drop. I could have just sat on the blaster, actually, and dropped the icicles from there. Given that the blaster lands on a pretty nice area. Okay. Let's see about this. So, yeah, not likely to go for that question block, I'm afraid. But we can drop this. We can then land, hopefully, accurately on top of that blaster without sliding off, because, of course, this is the winter theme, and I completely forgot to count for ice. Anyway, let's get back into it. And, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I've had some pretty long sittings with Megatoro levels in recent memory. There was, of course, the cake route on Muncher Wave, which took me about 2 hours. There was also that cannon level, the cannon airship level that I still haven't beaten. Whoops, there we go. Much better, I think. Then we have to time ourselves around Divine on the right side. And then that needs to drop it, and then we go back to the left. That's going to be tricky. Lexgasm, thank you. Man, will this take me as long as actual Champions Road? Probably. It's going to be a long-term project. I'm not going to do much of it today. This is just a bit of a preview. So when I get back to it, it can officially count as unfinished business. And yeah, Lexgasm, hoping to get to your challenge fairly soon. Shadow Shells Tribute. This sounds interesting. I'm pretty bad with shells, but we'll definitely give that a try. Yeah, lower everything. And then I think I just drop back below afterwards. I'll see if I can make it past this obstacle here, and then we'll probably bail from there. We're just 1 coin through so far. You don't think you actually finished one Champion Road? That was a look at the chat death right there. Too busy paying attention to the conversation. Yeah, I originally finished Champions Road in co-op back onto Wii U, and then I did it again with all 5 characters solo earlier this year on the stream in the Switch version. And it took me a while to get the first clear, of course, because I was doing it in order, and Mario is in many ways the hardest character to do it with. But then afterwards it went okay. Took me a couple of sittings to do, as Mang remembers, of course. And yeah, the finale level started in Galaxy 2. Because Galaxy 2 had the perfect run on Grandmaster Galaxy. 3D Land then had World 8 Crown, I believe, which was pretty interesting in its own right. I remember dying to the thank you screen on that one. And then there were the ones in both 3D World, which was, of course, Champions Road, still the biggest and best. And then Long Journey's End on the darker side in Odyssey, which was alright. I thought that it was actually a little bit lenient. It was very much an Odyssey-style level in many ways, where, you know, you still have to be consistent, but it's much gentler about letting the player slow down and stop and power up. And yeah, I really wish they did have them in 2D Mario, of course. I did not get close enough to drop that blaster. Let's try to make that at least once. Okay. At least we know what kind of obstacle to look forward to. That's just a quick initial look. Let's get into the queue before the queue gets out of control. We will go back to this one. As you can see, no first clear on this one yet. It is wide open, and there's also a clear check time that is 4 minutes. So, eventually, this will be something we double back to, so... In the meantime, let's get into the first submission. Haven't quite earned that GG yet, but let's take a look at Kitten Bree. Now, just so you folks are aware, the stream schedule, especially the viewer level schedule, is going to be a little bit irregular for the rest of this month, partly because Christmas falls on a weekend this year. But anyway, let's take a look at Fire Castle, which so far also has no clears, and many attempts but very few plays. So we'll see how we do. This was uploaded on the 8th, so just a few days ago. Yeah, you back up, the skewer hits the on-off switch. The skewer will need to hit the on-off switch probably twice more. Notice the green pipe at the very beginning, indicating that we'll likely have something that sends us back here if we're not careful. Something mildly trollish, perhaps. Notice, too, that the fire bar on the right side is a bit shorter, telling me that I can do that. That is going to be the way to do it, it's just that I need to pull back a little bit before the next fire bar. Now, the fire bar cycles are not really synchronized necessarily with a skewer, so I don't know how long we'll have to wait before I have to just gun it and go for that jump. Yugukaza, welcome. I don't know why it's choking on your code today. You can always try to slip in with something else and we'll replace as necessary. Yeah, we really need to sort out what's going on with Warp World. A lot of it is out of my control, unfortunately. Okay, we made it across this once. Let's see. Also notice that there's one pink coin that's eventually going to get me a key of some sort. Now, does it matter that all of that has died? Probably not too much. We need to be careful with my head as I go for that ice block and try to get under the spike. That's actually probably manageable. Doesn't look too bad. And yeah, Nugukaza, I probably should get set up with viewerlevels.com as a backup. Also so I can play with some of the other settings in it, like weighted random and so on, that people have been doing, but... yeah, it's more that I haven't taken the time to actually get things like the overlay set up for it yet. But I am strongly considering switching over when we have time to actually do some managerial stuff on the stream. Naturally we should try this, right? We need to scout the level. We have to figure out what's going on. I don't like the look of that thwomp. And yeah, you need to be fairly quick about 3 bounces. Take the thwomp back across. I don't know if this is actually going to be necessary either. Because you basically need to bounce left. The thwomp comes down, you bounce back to the right. Is there time to spin on the thwomp? I don't think so. There is time to go back to the right and then... well, we'll see. I'm going to see the other path, though, before I take that branch. And Teramis, welcome. Okay. Let's see. Now's our chance. Go, go, go. And thank you for the follow. Okay, Munchers are going to leave me plenty of room. Let's head over here. Nothing too dangerous here, except, of course, for a lock. It did kind of look like one. It didn't even have the grace to laugh at us with the classic sound effect. It just sort of assumes that you're in on the joke already. Doesn't need a laugh track. Kind of like when sitcoms switched from having studio laughter to just trying to cut quickly between jokes in the style of something like The Simpsons. And there we go. I guess that's how the trolling meta has evolved with time. The laughter is now implied. Whoa. Okay, let's back up a bit from that. Yeah, I don't know if the first cycle here is going to be safe. I think we actually do need to wait. Some Simpsons jokes have laugh tracks for effect. I'm trying to remember when that would have been. I mean, it's been a long time since I've watched anything in the series, so it just keeps on lumbering on, I guess. Resnox, welcome. And yeah, Gresnox, hopefully we can get to you in good time today. I'm going to try not to spend an hour per level. Whoops. Oh, whoops. There we go. And yeah. Yeah, ML64, when I think about when sitcoms started to kind of switch away from the laugh track style, I feel like the example of transition that really sticks out for me is The Simpsons. But I don't really know any currently running sitcoms at all, so I don't really know if that kind of paradigm shift has persisted into the present. It does seem like, you know, laugh tracks have mostly kind of fallen into disuse. That's a good question, actually. What was the last sitcom I actually would have seen or followed in any capacity? I find it very difficult to say. Whoops. Anyway. Whoops. That's an easy jump. I know I can make it. So yeah, so far no clears on this. I can kind of see why that might be, if people have to figure out the branching paths, potentially deal with some trollish things like restart at the beginning, or, of course, the trap that we saw earlier. But it is a fairly new level, so who knows. The actual technical requirement is pretty calm so far. It's just I need to pull back a little faster. Reaction time has been a bit slow today. Reaction time in general has been a bit slow lately, in fact. I've noticed that about the way I've been playing. Whoops. Let's, yeah, wait for the third punch, I think. The first cycle doesn't really line up all that well. Skewer timing and the firebar rotation aren't really totally synchronized as far as I can tell, so we'll just find an ample opportunity, which will come right around now. Pull back. Let everything go. Notice that the mantra spawn there, I made a little bit of a difference. Now, I don't want to jump. I mean, I want to make the jump. Can I do it with a spin? Whoops. I have to actually hit the button, first of all. I was hoping to spin jump across, like, and make it underneath. Because trying to go over is going to be a bit of a precision check that I do not trust myself to make. And we'll get back there and we'll try to get that done. Whoops. Pulling back a little too aggressively there. I am still wondering about the other side of that pipe, like with the thumps and the fire bars, whether the implication is that that was a left to right room or a right to left room, the one with the thump, basically. But of course we haven't seen the other side of that door yet, so I don't know if that was just a sort of return to start pathway or if there was something else going on there. We don't see anything meaningful so far in terms of state changes that would affect looping back to the start, like with any destructible blocks or spawn blocks that would be affected by that. Apart from, you know, respawning with an off state at the beginning or something. We missed an opportunity here. Okay. Okay, pull it back a bit. Make the easy jump. There we go. Slip and slide on the ice. Can we do a spin jump underneath? Yes, we can. And then promptly run into the wall. Let's see if we can make it into that pipe. That's going to be my first benchmark here. I'll be quite satisfied with my progress if we can get that deep into this and see what's in the next room. Okay. Back here. Want to watch how we're pulling back on the jumps, of course. As always, let me know if things are running well on the production side, in terms of network, audio, etc. We've been mostly free of technical issues lately, but always good to have some confirmation of that. Okay, there we go. Have to pull back a little bit here. Now we have more ice, and we have some claws on the left. And a mushroom. Okay. Now, camera is a bit of an issue here. But I can go back through the pipe and respawn in to see if I can maybe scout this from a lower position. Yeah, so I can see that there's an ice block down there. Also, I can see if I can make it up here, but I doubt there is anything for me. Ice block right below this ice block, okay. This looks suspiciously like it might be a back-to-start pipe. I don't know that for a fact, but oh, look, it's Boom Boom. Okay, that's fine. No key. Alright, no key off Boom Boom, that's important information. Let's get a bit more of a swing here. Uh, 200 seconds, I don't know how tight that's going to be, obviously. We're going to take it slowly. Lots of pipes, I don't know if there's going to be a bit of guesswork here. Also notice this. This looks suspiciously like it's a bombable location. Alright, let's check this pipe then. Let's see which one it's going to be. It is the back to start pipe. Okay. So now we know. So I should have checked the earlier one. And I probably need to jump on top of Boom Boom to get into the upper pipe. I think that's going to be the solution. I actually strongly suspect that that's going to be the solution. Although we don't know where that first green pipe might potentially have led. Because I don't know what it's matched to right now. The entry to the Thwomp room is through a door, so... I like the Thwomp and Note block and 3 fire bars, that one. Whoops. Let's wait for the correct cycle. And... let's crack this open after 2 more punches. Whoops. Totally missing the cloud. That's not a great start. Alright, let's wait some more. And here we go. Okay, a boo if you hit that. I don't know how I didn't notice that earlier, but... anyway, let's go for mushroom here. Very important. Especially if we die immediately. You have to wonder how much else is out there, like that hidden mushroom. I mean, that's well within reach of the player. It's not like it's in a really obscure location that nobody would ever check. Okay, let's let the last one bounce up one more time. Sneak in over here. Okay, left. Not far left enough, unfortunately. Well, we know how to do all that. We know what to do with Boom Boom. I probably don't want Boom Boom to come down at all then, if I want to use Boom Boom to get into that upper pipe later. Nintenium, welcome. Yeah, Nintenium, we'll try not to wipe too hard against whatever you have for me today, but we'll see the level and then we'll determine that. Okay. You have just some minor adjustments to work out here. As we get in around some of those corners. And let's let the skewer do its work. And let the fire bars do their work. Okay, I'll at least get as far as checking the other green pipes, I hope, that are available once we're in the subworld. Currently the pathing is a bit of a mystery to me, but I really think that my theory of jumping over Boom Boom for that upper pipe is likely to be correct. And okay, let's let the fire come down and back into this. And then, yeah, I'm just pulling back too much there. I do have some habits when it comes to making mid-air adjustments. That just comes from a lifetime of platforming. And unfortunately, when you have certain levels of precision in this game, that gets you into all kinds of trouble. Because, as you can see, yeah, I'm bumping back a little bit. I know what's happening here. I'm going a little bit too low, and I'm not expecting to hit the ice on the side. So I'm adjusting a little too early with the expectation that I was going to get over the ice block. So that was the correction that we need to make there. Okay, here we go. And yeah, Nintentium will hopefully do better this time around. Okay, left. Should have remembered that spin jump is a lot better over here. Boom Boom has not spawned yet. I want Boom Boom to come with me over here. Come on, Boom Boom. Whoa, bombs, okay. I actually didn't expect that. Well, the bombs will get me through this part down here, then. Previously, we didn't spawn the bombs at all. That was the issue. Okay, key door, but we have nothing at this point in the level that will give me a key. I'm going to do one last thing. I'm going to check the early green pipe before the claws, if I can. If I can make it back there. If I can't make it back there soon, I'll probably bail on this one. For now, since there is some stuff here that is, I think, kind of deliberately obscure in ways that we're not going to pick out too soon. And so let's get back here and try that. Whoops, there we go. Yeah, I just need to not back up out of that jump. Okay, hit the booze. Get in through here. Missed that completely. Whoop. And slip and slide just before we get to the landmark that I was trying to reach. So yeah, no sign so far of anything that would be a candidate for where we grab that key. And that is by those blasters at the end, so that's a bit of hidden information for you. Oh, whoops, forgot to spin jump once again. Let's check the pipe. Okay. And then it's going to be pick a door. One door, no doubt, will lead to the Thwomp Room. If we'd kept Mushroom, that would have been pretty trivial. And okay, we're close enough to the Picador, we might as well just do it. Even Gorilla, yes, we will do number 31. We might as well pull that up right now. Thank you for requesting that. Just give me one moment. Okay, Even Gorilla requests William Shakespeare, Sonnet number 31. Thy bosom is endeared with all hearts which I by lacking have supposed dead, and there reigns love in all love's loving parts, and all those friends which I thought buried. How many a holy and obsequious tear hath dear religious love stolen from mine eye, as interest of the dead, which now appear but things removed that hidden in thee lie. Thou art the grave where buried love doth live, hung with the trophies of my lovers gone, who all their parts of me to thee did give. That due of many now is thine alone. Their images I loved I view in thee, and thou, all they, hast all the all of me. And Kittenbury, you think I can be the first to clear it? Yeah, we'll see. The queue is long enough that I don't want to stay on it for too long, but we've made enough progress that you're welcome to resubmit if we don't get through it in one sitting here. Blue Blur, welcome. So yeah, to pick a door past the first pipe actually does look somewhat promising. There might be something like having to obtain a key and looping back around. But we'll figure that out as we go. Whoops. Just a few minor slip-ups here and there. So yeah, I do want to get back to that pipe and check it at least once. And we'll probably bail at that point, but we'll see how the Picador goes. I forgot, of course, to wait for the correct on-off state. Let's do that. And Blue Blur, you've been very lucky and you've gotten 2 gift subs. Yeah, congratulations. Hopefully you have some nice emotes to show off from the corresponding streams, which reminds me, I need to put in more emotes now that I have more slots. I just haven't really had time to look at that part of the stream. But that's something that you can all expect before too long, I hope. We'll get a couple of new emotes in for our standard Tier 1 subscribers. It was said months ago that I need to update and expand my channel point rewards as well, and I haven't done that either, but you know, that's what happens when you put things off. Male64, recently everybody who was a Twitch affiliate got some additional emote slots opened up, so I have a few unused ones out of nowhere that I can do something with. Alright, sure, let's check the doors. Okay, red pipe is going to dunk you, as you can see, and that also doesn't really take you anywhere, so let's see what this is all about. Luckily, it does let you re-enter. Oh, interesting. Ah, this is for the key, yes. So, likely we need something to spawn out of the blaster, and we need to do a couple of jumps here to get it. Well, we know how to get to the key door after that, actually. Because we just need to go back and fight Boom Boom. That's actually going to be fairly simple. This actually looks like if we had the mushroom, you could have damage boosted through the right side. That would probably just dunk you in the lava, though, so let's not do much with that. Of course, I need to survive this bit first. Probably build up a little bit more momentum here. Okay. So we know how to get to the key door at this point. There is going to be a blind drop after that. Okay, let's not die to anything too trivial here. Let's keep the camera nice and low so we can get rid of Boom Boom before we deal with the bombs. Okay, now we get the bombs. One at a time. Okay, key door is going to be to the left, and this is going to be a bit of a blind drop. I don't know how I can scout ahead to see where I'm going to fall. It is a blind drop towards the lava at the key door to the left, but I need to jump off something in order to get it. So this will be my last attempt. If I miss the blind jump, we're going to call it for now. Because that is just a little bit trial and error. You think the grinders look sus? Yeah, the ones that are to the right of the blasters, I agree. That is in main world, though, so we can actually check that Teramis on the more info screen afterwards. Okay, great. This is, in fact, correct. Okay, let's see if we can get a bullet out here, so I don't have to make this full jump over here. Ah, we can probably make it. Come on. Nope, we can't. Yeah, I was trying to spawn the bullet there. Okay, I'm going to exit for now. I want to look at the more info screen to see how close we were, because if the key door was right by the exit, that's important information. And if the grinders were also a path that would take you to the flag... Where is the axe? The axe has to be on the main world. I don't see the axe. Yes, Teramis, I agree. Because it has to be placed there. It has to be placed there. And I had the mushroom. If I keep the mushroom, I can do it. So yeah, let's just do it. It's easy. Yeah, no, because the axe absolutely has to be on the far right of that screen. We could have just spoiled the whole thing to begin with. Let's just do it. And yeah, Teramis, very good call there. Very good call. I mean, I was likely to try to spoil this with more info regardless, so basically the key door route is one big red herring with a red coin. Blue blur, that's a very cute thwomp. Okay, well we mapped out everything worth mapping out, basically. I bet that the key door must have led to something like the pair for the red pipe. Just to add insult to injury. Nukukaza, yes, I have heard about the level viewer. I haven't tried anything out with that myself, but... Okay, we need to keep the mushroom. Then we get in here. Then we take damage. Wait, there we go. Yep. Had to be perfect on that pixel. I actually ran past it at the bottom of the slope. Okay, thank you for that, Kittenbury. First clear. Let's mark that one as a win. Just going to do a quick sub check, but I don't think we have anyone active, so let's just go next. That's going to be Mail64. Yeah, there's been lots of API stuff that has been discovered or exposed in the last few weeks, for those of you who haven't heard. So it turns out some of the hidden metadata about your levels, such as the number of boos it has received, and also more granular count of the number of unique plays and things like that. Like, a lot of that information has been made publicly accessible, and there is a website that has created a simplified interface for it. Separately from that, there's also a way to tap into level data and download it onto PC, and there are apparently now some level viewing tools that kind of give you an alternate method to expose how things look in the Maker mode. So lots of new toys to play with for people who want to work with those. And I would assume actually that if some of that public metadata stays exposed, that it would make for a really interesting basis for things like queuing tools, which were, of course, originally built around the bookmark site in Mario Maker 1. That was the foundation of how Warp World started back in the first game. Which would be really useful, because I have always thought that, you know, having queuing that is based on things like difficulty, clear rates, clear times, etc. would make things a lot more efficient. Anyway, here's Bowser Subway Station, which this is a level from one of Mel64's friends. And it's brought to you by Bowser Corporation, the high-powered transportation system in Mario 3D World. And Kitten Breed, thank you for Ice Castle. And yeah, Terminus, it is something that I think is going to be a pretty niche use case. It's not really going to be part of anybody's standard workflow, nor is it going to be part of anybody's method for practicing difficult levels, I think, unless they really want to recreate setups in a way they can't already visualize. POW over there, if you want to get to it. Let's not do that yet. I want to get over here and just scout around a bit. You're surprised that the one-screen puzzles don't have too many boos. I didn't know that the genre is hated by kids, actually. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But anyway, POW boat over here. We're going to be very careful, of course, not to do a ground pound on any of that, which is very tempting because you see an object and you hit it. Okay, one up over here in this part of the factory. Might as well bounce to Skip Squeak with a secondary jump, and then Thwomp is going to come and hit this block. Okay, sure, we'll take it. On-off switch looks like it's going to send the POWs to the right on a conveyor, and then we're going to jump up and enter the pipe. Because we can. And because the timing conveniently works out. We'll let the POWs do their work. Hitting these red POWs might be within range of these ones. I don't want to do that yet. I want to see... I guess this is just a POW dispenser on top. There's nothing really to see up there. Okay, nope. POWs stay alive down below. 30 coin is accessible if we're quick. We can also grab the POW if we're quick, which will hopefully not break too much. Oh, yeah, P was within range. I completely forgot about that. I may have locked myself a bit here, unless I am very good about how I'm handling the blaster, so I guess I was not supposed to do that just yet. I didn't really pay much attention to what the P-switch was activating for me, of course. That was maybe one of the issues there. But let's tap this and go. Sure, we'll grab a 1-up for Endless. Why not? Grab a Fire Flower as well. Ride this out. I guess it is survivable if you don't get through the pipe, it's just that you need to get over to Koopas. Oh, whoops, hit the P-switch right away. I guess that's how it's supposed to happen. You don't break things along the way. POW stack's going to come down over here and set up the next boat. I will quite conveniently dodge all the fire and not get crushed by the blasters. Yeah, you kind of need to follow the momentum there, of course. And nothing much up here. I do want to see if I can get top of the flagpole. Of course, I can, yeah. There we go. Yeah, a couple of the on-off sequences here look like they are potentially breakable if you do pick up the POWs, as I did earlier. But apart from that, I mean, you know, when you have POWs that are accessible like that, it can be difficult to really do a thorough quality check on it. But thank you for that, L64, and be sure to send your friend the footage. Meng is next. It's going to be the old Meng profile, where we have lots to do. I guess I'm all caught up on Meng 69, so we'll be going to the old profile, scrolling all the way down. Space Bunny 3 will save until we've done Space Bunny 2. I did number 1 recently. We can make a fresh attempt on interstellar travel, or we can do super speed swimming, which is totally new to me. Let's do super speed swimming, I think. Unless Meng has a specific recommendation otherwise. With the help of your stone friends, even water levels can be fun. And Mel, hopefully you can squeeze one last level before 2022. Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, there's no hurry. The game's still going to be around. So, yes, it's going to be getting bumped by the clown car. And then I want to be bumped up in such a way that I can cling onto this. Ah, no, I need to send it through. Okay. Because I need to be bumped up in order to travel along the sloped ceiling. I think that's the way it works, is I need to travel along the slope in order to make it over to Spike. Whoops. I probably just need to let the thwomp go and come back. I feel like this is not going to be right. Yeah, no, I do need to just hug the slope and just get bumped into it. Yeah, if you get bumped like that, like sort of on top of the thwomp, then you're in good shape. Now, luckily, we just drag the thwomp down. I should... Oh, well, I can just go over like that. Except I have 15 seconds, so you actually do need to hit everything. You do need to play the momentum here to actually survive. Yeah, you actually do need to engage with the mechanics of the level, or you just don't have time. So we'll go back and... Well, we scouted it. We just basically need to get bumped by everything. So what I'm doing is I'm just letting up on my inputs now as I get into the box. No, I need to get up to Divine first and then get bumped by the second square. That's the reason that you need to get bumped in the first square in that location. So you can get far enough ahead of the thwomp that you can get bumped here. And then you crouch so you can slide on the ice. But you do need to get a jump over here off the claw. Yeah, very interesting setup. Very fluid, actually. Like, you have to be... I mean, very fluid, not just because it's a water level, but... because the interaction is actually very smooth. In terms of, you know, giving you a lot of wiggle room to position and space yourself. Whoops. I kind of held back there. You do need to not hold back in order to be properly bumped forward without cutting momentum. And it's just a matter of getting your height down correctly so the clown car does hit you and project you forward as needed. You have to be quite careful about your pedaling, of course. So you got a 40-second total on this. Whoops. You have to drop off? Yeah. Have a great day, Mel. And hope to see you again soon. A little too low there. I do need to paddle up towards the ceiling there. And I have to do that quickly. And we'll see how badly we're doing on time. Yeah, I cut too much momentum there, I think, but whoops, came in a bit low. Yeah, you need to be hit in the square and then you need to slide. So that's how you do that one. Going to keep an eye on the time when I hit certain landmarks. Okay. Nope, too high. 24 seconds in that location. I don't know if that's on par. It seems like I've slowed down in a few places. So, when you paddle, it actually cuts momentum. You don't want to paddle until you're pretty much at the end of that arc. You want to cover as much distance with the bump as you can. So until you need to change direction, you don't paddle. Yeah, because the paddle just kills it. And that goes for that upward bounce over the spike later as well. I want to get a nice clean upward bounce. And I don't want to paddle towards the ceiling because that will cut too much speed. Nope. Cut that entirely. Nope. Lost too much speed over here because I was pointing left. Now that's neat. No, then we need to race over here before the thwomp wiggles over. And then we slide under. I have 8 seconds at that point, which is of course much too slow, but at least we're seeing how to engage with each of the setups. Nope, accidentally paddled. This is kind of a no-paddle pond. Nope. Here's something else that's very important about this level. I think for the most part, you don't actually need to hold the dash button. It's easier if you let go, in fact, so you can tap a little bit smoother. You're underwater for the most part. There's no reason to dash. Except for that later point, we do need to grab and kick the shell, I guess. Bad angle there. Yep. Cut that off a little too early, but... Okay, bad bounce there. I do want to be bounced a little bit low. Very nice, very smooth. Too high. But yeah, lots of room for improvement in each of these segments, but we want to be facing right. I don't want to be in the middle of an adjustment when I do any of that. Very nice. Not so nice. Yeah, I spent a little too long down below, I can see, because it gave the thwomp more time to lower itself towards my position. And I don't want that to happen. I want to get there as soon as possible. Okay, there we go. Very smooth that time. Okay, I was trying to get a jump as I was getting bumped, and maybe that's not quite right. I have to figure out how to control that properly, getting out of the claw. I believe I do have to jump, but I can't tell exactly when or how to execute that. When I did it successfully earlier, that was kind of by accident. Didn't really understand the mechanic. Okay, up we go. And back down. Whoops. Slipped right off. Yeah, I lost a bit of time there, but that's okay. I don't know how lenient it is, so let's just practice the later segments at the very least. Nope. You do need to get bumped first, I think. You get bumped, and then you get bumped while you're still inside the claw, and then you jump out of the claw when you have forward momentum while riding the claw. Miss Yarrow, welcome. Looking forward to this auto level that you seem to have submitted. Okay. I haven't received an auto level here in a long time, actually. Whoops. Okay, I do need to get bumped down towards the floor before I crouch. I need to hit the floor before I crouch, or the slide will not happen, and my momentum will get cancelled, so... Not the cleanest. You don't submit auto levels lightly, so yeah, looking forward to it. Go, Bowser, go. Why does that make me think of a song? Nope, too high. And back down we go. Yeah, slowed down a little bit too much there. That's clean. You really do need to manage your height very precisely. I am definitely thinking of Go Johnny Go. I'm absolutely thinking of Go Johnny Go. Johnny Be Good, rather. Whoops. There we go. Making a little mistake is fine at this level, yeah. Might as well just practice what we can if the timer's not tight. Alex, man, welcome. Thank you for a Wall Jumps Christmas. Because what else does one do over Christmas but jump all over your own walls? Yeah, you really do need to manage height. That's all this is about. You just need to position yourself at the right height inside the box as the thwomp makes contact. And adjust, of course, for the thwomp's vertical position, which will vary slightly depending on your own positioning and inputs going in. How else is Santa supposed to get up in that chimney? Well, being bumped by a thwomp, perhaps. Okay. Nope. Might as well just struggle through this and see if we can actually practice the claw. So, yeah, I'm holding the jump a little bit late. I can't jump prematurely before I've been hit. But I need to figure out the timing on that input, because that's currently the hardest thing to execute that I've encountered so far. In that I still don't really understand how to correct that. It's just a tight timing window, I think, on the jump button when you hold into it. Well, Santa Claus has many talents, and one of them is entering up pipes. Without the aid of a vine... Let's see here. Nope. Okay. I feel like I'm holding jump late there. You do need to hold jump throughout that bounce off the claw, because you need as much vertical space as you can while you're in the air, but I'm clearly tapping it late. No. Need to do this first. Okay. 14 seconds in that location. We're doing okay so far. That just felt like a reasonable attempt if I just fixed that mistake near the end. Yeah, this is actually fairly lenient when it comes to positioning. Nope. Santa can go to jail for breaking and entering? Well, depends on whether your country has an extradition agreement with the North Pole, or whoever governs is part of the North Pole. Nope. That's a very tricky timing. Partly because I'm swinging back and forth on the claw, and so seeing when I'm making contact is actually a bit tricky. But I pretty much need to hold jump as soon as I see it make contact, and not a moment sooner. Because I don't want to jump out of the claw manually, I want to get bumped, and then jump out of the claw when it has been bumped. And that's a really tight timing window that we'll have to figure out. Okay. Nope, hitting the ceiling. I was jumping too early that time, jumping out of the claw. I don't know if I'm supposed to manually swing on the claw just to, you know, like point it to the left just to get a little bit of an extra boost. That might be what I need to do, in fact. Just get into the claw and just hold the left, perhaps, until I make contact. Just so we get the thwomp. Create the maximum impact. And let's get over here. Oops, missed that entirely. It's not good news. Yeah, you still need to do a bit of a left-right swing on the claw, I think, instead of just sitting there. Even though most of these other boxes, you just sit there without much additional adjustment. Okay. Not quite right. Yeah, I was trying to reverse right and left there. It's not really correct. Maybe I should just remain in neutral there. I'm just late. Consistently late. But yeah, and then we need a slightly better reaction time after the claw, of course, to make sure we get to the shell right away. And that has not been a problem, though. Usually every time I make the claw, I'm able to make the slide immediately afterwards as well, without too much trouble. But right now, the claw is still the main problem. Main problem that I know about, anyway. Slightly higher there. Okay, up we go. We can do better than that. Okay. There we go. Leaning left was in fact part of the solution there. Nope. Or swim out of that. That seems like it's something that's really easy to fix. That spot there. I do need to cut momentum with a paddle. That's what I need to do. The thing that I've been avoiding doing up to this point in the level finally becomes relevant. But let's see if we can get to claw down consistently. Lean left. Oh, yeah, I do need to lean left, but once I get into the claw, not before. You lean left, you get maximum impact from the thwomp. Carries you over. I think that should be the method, but I have to try it a second time to be sure. Mario Kart music, of course, is extremely appropriate here. Oddly enough, the Mario Kart level this is most like is Dolphin Shoals from Mario Kart 8. Although it's kind of like Koopa Cape, actually, from Mario Kart Wii. In some ways, it's more like Koopa Cape. As far as mixed land and water courses are concerned. Whoops. Okay. Nope. I leaned left that time, but the bump was not great. So we still don't have a consistent input for the claw yet. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I just need to hang right at the right time to release. Also gonna get bumped by that shell. Okay, progress. Not progress. We've got to be pretty close to the end at that point, though. A few more bumps to go. And yeah, that's, again, just a height adjustment thing. It's always nice to have levels where your positioning isn't tight in the way that precision levels are, but still requires you to think off the grid. So you're thinking about, you know, a half tile here and a half tile there. Like you need to do in this level if you want to control whether you're getting bumped up or down. Okay. Getting that down a little more consistently. Yeah, I paddled too soon. I needed to go a little bit further in order to make it over that thwomp. Already reaching some fireworks, though, so that's progress. And my vertical positioning was also leading the second thwomp a little too far up. That tells me that I was paddling too early. And yeah, Lexgasm, the code that's currently in the bot is just Mang's maker code. The title of this level is Super Speed Swimming, if you're looking for it. And it's rather far down the list. I think it's from 2020, since we've played so many of Mang's more recent creations. Whoops. Alright, might as well just do it just to see how much time we have. And practice. Or not practice. Hey, nice and smooth. You really do get used to the physics after a while. Oh, nope. Just didn't fall onto the claw very accurately. Okay, here we are. Not quite. Yeah, still a little difficult to tell what I'm doing wrong when I'm not making it over a claw. I am trying to do a consistent left-right input on claw just to get the swing timing down, but clearly my jump timing is not very consistent or accurate. That's leading to some issues. You can see almost making it, but maybe a bit slow on the jump button, as far as I can tell. But it's hard to narrow down exactly what the nature of that mistake is. Whereas usually I can tell what adjustment I need to make. On the claw, I'm not quite sure. Part of it, of course, is that the thwomp that spawns in that location is going to respond to my positioning a bit, so depending on how I enter the claw in the first place, it's not going to behave 100% consistently, I think. Because its initial position is going to be slightly manipulated at a previous jump. It's consistent enough to work, perhaps, but I do need to improvise against it on the fly and adjust to the thwomp's behavior every time. But we'll see how easily I can do that. That was clearly a late jump. It jumped much too late there. Yeah, you can look at the death markers at that spot, of course. They seem to be quite frequent. Bit low. We're getting pretty close to this, though. What was the record time on this? Record time was 35. So 5 seconds remaining for that. If you play it really efficiently. That's actually going to be fairly lenient. There we go. It just surprised me a bit that I managed to get that. Okay, up we go. And I missed. 7 seconds, and we're in a bit of trouble here. Let's just get this bump. Come on. No. And yeah, Mang, I am trying to do the swing. It's sometimes the swing that I'm doing wrong, and sometimes my jump timing that is late. And that's something I do have to figure out on every attempt, depending on how I get into the claw in the first place. Yeah, because it feels smooth when you do it correctly, it feels tight when you don't do it correctly. Okay, that was a close call there. Oh, I'm supposed to bump around there. That's fine, that's fine. And the slide, it gets you over. So I missed the spring, of course. That cuts about 3 seconds from the record, but making that mistake was okay, because you were supposed to bounce back like left, right, left. Or left, right, rather. Anyway, thank you for that. Super speed swimming. That went pretty smoothly once I started to get the claw figured out. And thank you for the GGs. See how we're doing here. Don't think we have active subs, but let me just check. Let's get into Lexgasm. Have fun? Yeah. You did say it was a shell challenge, a challenging level inspired by Frosty's Maker 1 level called Shadow Shells. You can see lots of shell throws all over the place already. Probably need to dodge several at once here and there, you know, wear a helmet off that track or do something. Pick up a shell off the track, who knows. Okay, I'll make a decent number of attempts. We'll see how hard I crash against it. Not expecting to beat it by any means with 0.04, but we'll see if we can make little bits of progress. At least 51 coins. So it's an at least condition. Timer is not tight, but you do need to deal with wind. So... Okay, so I believe I do need to fall to the right away. That's clearly what is built around. You hit the question block after that, and then you keep falling. Interestingly enough, I was not far enough to the right, which tells me that my fall needed to hold the jump button, I think. Or not. Let's see here. There's something that I need to be doing a little bit differently here in terms of my bounce. Then it's going to be a shell pickup and a throw pretty soon after that. But we need to hit this first shell before anything will happen. I'm not quite sure how I can adjust that. But we'll see. It's probably something to do with the way I'm falling there initially. Yeah, you need to hold jump right from the start. Like, as you enter the door, you hold down jump button and you keep going. That's how to fix that. Hold down jump button now, and then from there, the angle is correct, except your release needs to be slightly higher in order to bounce the shell off that protruding spike on the right side of that L. That's going to be short bounce. You just need to figure it out one jump at a time, basically. I'm glad you like the analysis. That's the only way I managed to beat things like this, is just by trying to think through them to make up for poor technique. I missed the up throw towards the coin. That's probably something important. I mean, yeah, we'll see. I didn't hold jump accurately that time, so we'll try it again. Yeah, because that 51 coin condition is going to make that 10 coin pretty critical, I think, so I do need to make sure I throw a shell up into it. Okay, I did the up throw, but then I didn't hold jump accurately into the next shell. I'm losing a little bit of space there, as we can see. You need to be very exact about holding your jumps in this level. Because the wind timing also means that you don't have a lot of leeway when it comes to the timing of any obstacle. It's going to be synchronized to the wind, and so you need to be exactly on the ball. Whoops. Miss Yarrow, you thought you were more awake than you were? Yeah, I look forward to your auto level some other time then. Gonna be a short bounce off that one. Short bounce off the mole, and then see a long diagonal track off the next mole after that, so we'll see how that goes. Nope, missed that jump. Too far to the left, and the shells just collided. Hey, making decent progress so far, considering how this level looks in terms of difficulty. Whoops. Yeah, let up on a jump a little too soon. The diagonal tracks seem to indicate that I should just hold a full jump into that. Missed. That's just a matter of missing the coin, and then... where to go after that is a little bit difficult to see, but we'll try to get that done. Looks like I do need to let up on that jump a little bit. Possibly even do a short bounce. Maybe even do a short bounce wherever I don't see the tracks, in fact. I missed a shell. Yeah, it looks like you're supposed to probably short bounce into the next shell and pick it up there. You beat Nang's SMB1 Wall Jump Simulator. Congratulations, Bluebear. Whoops. Yeah, I think what it's going to be is that every diagonal track is a max jump. Every lack of a diagonal track is going to be a min jump. I think that's the system here, and so far it actually works pretty well for everything in terms of not having to do any additional adjustments. Nope, I need to let up on a jump there. A little hard to tell sometimes, because you can't necessarily see that shell coming down towards you, of course, but we'll try to make that work. Whoops. Yeah, because after that shell, I'm still holding jump, not knowing when the next shell is going to hit me from below, and so that's why I'm having trouble seeing where to switch to a short bounce. But we have the right idea. It is going to be a short bounce that sends you between the saws. And I just had a bad shell release after that. Nope, that's supposed to be a forward throw. Forward throw followed by riding the shell up. I'm gonna say I am doing better at this than I expected. But the marking is fairly clear. It's just that even minor adjustments can throw you way off. As you can tell right from the very start, you do need to be very exact about whether you're holding down a jump button on any given bounce. Yeah, especially on stuff like that. I see what's going on there, is that the wind is adjusting you with a shell jump, such that you throw a shell, the wind pushes you into it. And actually I can see that diagonal track right out the door exit now, indicating holding jump. Right from the very beginning, which I did figure out correctly. I let go of jump too quickly that time, and so I was a little too far to the left on every bounce. Easy thing to correct. Missed that. Yeah, you do need to correct for the wind, of course, when it comes to estimating your own momentum going forward. Nope. I mean, missed a coin anyway, so that was going to be a problem. Yeah, pretty satisfying to get that wind-assisted shell jump, though. Kind of a surprising interaction, at least if you're not somebody who's a very regular Kaizo player. Nope, forgot to let go. Yeah, figuring out when to let go of jump there, I think, is something that I need to sort out. I know that I am supposed to let go of jump, it's just probably immediately after I throw, in fact. I just let go of both buttons at once and do a nice smooth fall. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's see if we can make it a little bit further here. Only 2 clear so far, like I said, not really expecting to get too far, but I think we're figuring it out incrementally. Already at 20 coins out of the 51. Surely that can't be too bad a sign. Yeah, didn't really quite get the wind-assisted shell ride there, but really satisfying to see the momentum work out that cleanly, of course. But yeah, being off-center was just that one thing can destroy you several jumps later. As you can see, I'm sailing right over that mole, in spite of the fact that I have let go of jump at that point. So I'm just too far to the right on everything there. Which tells me that earlier on I held jump for too long in some other element. And it's difficult to tell where I'm doing that. But basically, when you are holding the high jumps, you need to let go soon enough to land dead center. Like on that mole there, for instance. Not quite. I am supposed to go above, as we saw much earlier. It's a very difficult trick, but we'll see if we can make it. And too far to the left that time. So yeah, that's consistently the problem that I have to deal with is when I am instructed to do a full jump, I need to know when to let go of that. And a lot of that is going to be a judgment that's done in the spur of the moment. When it comes to reading how close you are to the target that you're trying to land on. And that's really the major adjustment that needs to be made in order to get any of this to work. Whoops. Too low. Too soon. 25 seconds, though, for this level in total. Given that speed isn't going to be very flexible here, that means I can accurately gauge... Whoops, I cut my momentum a little bit. Accurately gauge how far I am. I'm probably past the halfway point, or close to the halfway point, given that I have 20 coins. Just judging by how much I'm surviving. Whoops. Missed the up throw. Don't want to pull back and cut momentum at any point, of course. That is never going to help. And yeah, that time I released too soon then. Released jump too soon. Nope, hang on. Sometimes you can just tell that's not going to fly. Yeah, I just need to read my positioning there. Like when I'm past those spikes that are just visible at the top of the screen, that's when I should let go. Atlantis, welcome. Atlantis, that's a very appropriate Portal-style emote you got there. Missed the coin. Or at least some kind of graphic indicating a wet floor or some other surface that we're slipping and falling on all over the place. Which is exactly what is happening. Went right over the mole. Not great. Yeah, it's all about that landing adjustment after a full jump. Hit the shell too far to the left that time. So they're supposed to go a little bit further before I make contact. So yeah, you do need to hold jump out of the up throw, but not indefinitely. You need to let go before the bounce. There we go. Not letting go of that correctly. I think the shell throw timing is off there. Maybe letting go too late. You have to be quite exact when it comes to your height there. was quite satisfying to get that wind-assisted shell ride earlier, though, because then that told me immediately what this interaction is supposed to be, and so I'm not left wondering whether I was reading that correctly. At least I know exactly what I'm aiming for, just from having lucked into the correct interaction on the first try. Nope, failed to pick up the shell. Everything just off-center there once again. Still not quite right. And I can't quite tell at the moment if I'm releasing the shell too soon or too late. I should be able to tell if I'm paying a little more attention to that, but... too soon, I think. Because that shell is supposed to make some collision happen, I think, to get the shell jump with the wind going. So I think I'm throwing too soon. But there's so many shells in play at that point that it's a little bit difficult to determine that myself. Nope. Yeah, really interesting setups though. It did say in the description that this was a tribute to something in Mario Maker 1. I can kind of tell, actually. There are a few things here. Despite the desert wind being a new element introduced in Maker 2, there are a few things here that kind of feel Maker 1 style to me. Mostly just the fluidity of the camera and just continuity of the space, which is true of a lot of Kaizo levels anyway, but... still not correct. I still have to go up towards the next shell up, and I'm not sure how to correct that. I mean, probably just need to read the markers more accurately. Because it's going to be a short bounce off that, high bounce off the mole. I just need to hold my jump, I think, and trust that I'll fall into the correct shell. I'd just be letting up on a jump too early there. I think that's probably it. I'm just letting up on my jump by instinct. And this level is not going to be lenient about that. When it says hold jump, it means it. Oh, I'm expecting to get bounced up at that point, though, and it's not happening. Electrodude, welcome. Hope this part of term time has been treating you well lately. Still not correct. No, I'm not supposed to go over. I am supposed to go through. I wonder if I'm just missing the activation of a shell somewhere, though. If I'm just missing a shell. Or there's something that I'm not doing anymore that I was able to do earlier in this location. Throw the shell in and bounce. There's the big buzzy shell that's coming up top at that point. I didn't really pay that much attention to which shell I was bouncing on when I was doing that correctly. Almost. You've been having a tough time? Well, hopefully you've been navigating that well. Thank you for the follow. Nah, still not getting it. Yeah, I want to see if I can get at least one successful attempt off that bounce, because the shell ride off the wind is actually really satisfying. But something is not coming up to lift me towards the next upper shell. Almost Christmas break, yeah, exactly. No, that's going to be short bounce. Short bounce, high bounce off the mole, throw, and then... Let's see. And yeah, elite low, we're still open. More submissions might take a little bit of time, since I do spend some time on the harder levels, but if you're able to stay, we'll hopefully be able to get to yours if you have anything to submit. I know, short bounce over there, short bounce, high bounce. What do I do about that mole, though? I really feel like maybe I'm missing a shell, or I'm accidentally killing a shell, or... I can't quite see because I'm paying too much attention to the platforming to really read what's going on around me. Yeah, because the wind carries me forward at that point. And then what does it do? Nope. Okay, we'll give this at least a few more attempts. I would like to execute that bounce at least once more just to show off how stylish it is. Yeah, because there's that shell that's coming up behind me. I think I am letting go too soon. I think it's just an early throw. It should be a simple fix. Yeah, you see, if you throw a little bit later, then you match up with the shell and you're supposed to bounce off. That time I was slightly late on the throw, but that's because I was really overcompensating that time to try to figure out if that was the problem. It is the problem. I was just releasing the shell much too early on most of the previous attempts. Elite Low, thank you for sending a technical Kaizo. Luxgasm, I think we'll be okay without the clear video. I usually don't check clear videos during the stream anyway. I don't mind figuring it out myself, so... No, it was clearly just an input issue with me throwing the shell much too early on my arc upwards. It's actually very clear to me now since I've started making some adjustments there. Thanks for offering anyway, though. Whoops. Okay, let's clean up the D-pad inputs a bit. There we go. And then it's the same interaction over there. Okay, that's a new record. Great. Let me see if I can recreate that. Now, the camera is pulling up so quickly at that point that I do need to read everything a bit faster than I've been doing. Whoops. That bounce was not going. Missed a coin. Not that we're satisfying the clear condition here anyway. I have to wonder about that 51 coin thing. At least 51 coins. But if you're grabbing a few 10 coins, then I'm sure there's this lone coin somewhere that then presents a problem. Too soon. Yeah, you need to be basically sailing horizontal at the point you let go. Can't be letting go on your way up. And then you have to do that consistently at least twice in succession, because there's a very similar setup that comes immediately after, while the wind is still giving you some help. Whoops, too far to the left. Nope. I could tell that was not gonna work. Too far to the left, which tells me I let up on a jump too soon at some earlier point. Yeah, I let up on the jump too soon after the 10 coin throw. And yeah, Elite Low, it's been a lot of fun, this one. Taking advantage of something that is usually kind of out of the player's control, that being the wind, and making it feel smooth. Is always something that should be recognized. Nope, too soon once again. I'll see if I can get that one more time, but if I can't, we'll bail on this in just a few attempts. Seems like one that would be worth learning a little bit more in depth. Like I said, about a 25 to 26 second record. We're actually a good chunk of the way there, as far as I can tell. And hey, we've got a huge raid here coming in from Zero Planes. Let's give Zero a huge shout out, along with everybody else who has come in. And yeah, the weekend's been going pretty well. Hope you've been doing well over on your end as well. I don't know if you've been doing uncleared as usual or something else. Whoops, let's clean up that jump. Day 1 uncleared. Okay, great. I hope you managed to get a decent number of those ticked off. Mostly desert theme. How appropriate for Christmas. Day 1 uncleared, as in day 1 from June 2019, like things that were still left over from then. Doesn't surprise me that you would have a lot of stuff that would be using the themes that were introduced in Maker 2 then. Okay, still doing that early. Ah, okay, so you kind of selectively did desert levels versus doing snow levels a little while ago. Angry spam. Oh, as an Angry Sun spam. Yeah, day 1 of Mario Maker. That's... Okay. Seems like there's still a pretty pile of those to get through. You build up a list by filtering for every criteria and then looking at the dates, I see. Yeah, glad to see somebody's on the case. Green Heroes, welcome. Yeah, picking a style just to get the filters down so you can get to the correct date, if I understand you correctly. Still releasing the shell too early. I still want to show off this shell bounce at least one more time. Whoops. Not like that, we don't. And, yeah, so I guess the Angry Sun was responsible for most of the unclearedness of those levels, from what you're telling me. And still not quite right. I think that's still an early throw, actually. Let's try to get that down one more time. I missed the coin, of course, but that's a very late throw. Okay, probably not too much longer on this one. Let's see. Yeah, so this level that I'm playing here only has 2 clears on it so far. It's actually very readable, it's just that I have a lot of jump adjustments that I'm not doing correctly. A lot of throw timings that are maybe a little bit off-center. Things that are, in theory, pretty fixable. There we go. There we go. And then I missed that one. Well, that was a very satisfying second bounce. That was the best I'd done. I think that's a good time to tap a like on it and exit for the time being. So thank you very much, Lexgasm. And yeah, in spite of the fact that you are playing against a Desert Wind, it's actually well marked. As I was saying earlier, the main difficulty here is if you're letting go of a full jump, the timing is going to matter quite a lot, and it might throw you off center for a patch of the level if you don't do it right. So that was the main thing we were struggling with. Otherwise, I think we actually did pretty decently. I want to take a look here. We had, yeah, the 2 consecutive bounces. We were at about the halfway point, as far as I can tell. Maybe even a little further than that. Yeah, about halfway. Shallow Bear, thank you for the submission. If you can send me a code that the bot will read. Sorry if that actually is supposed to be a valid code. The Warp World bot has been a little bit finicky today, so do try again if it rejects the code. Or try maker code or something else. We're going to mark this as a loss and pull up whoever's next. You were saying Zero plans more Timmy-style uncleared levels in desert theme than any other style. Yeah, I suppose you've probably been contending with a fair bit of wind yourself. Shallow Bear, try that with the dashes, and... yeah, I guess it was rejecting that the first time. That's okay, keep trying. And you can always rotate in a different code and just tell me to play the code that you want when it gets to be your turn. We're fairly casual about that here. Just to make sure everybody gets in the level that they want. Like we're about to see with the Nugu Kaza. Request the latest level on this very memorable HOW code. Okay, let's see some P-Balloon. Isn't Little P-Balloon Walks the Dog the thing that was previously glitched, or like the thing that was dependent on some kind of glitch mechanic? Or was that a different one? Anyway, whether it's a re-upload or not, we'll play this one instead, P-Balloon Bounce Tech Tutorial. Avoid the bonk stagger, release boost before bonk. Boost after bonk. Yeah, good to know the tech still works, I guess, for the walking the dog. Avoid the bonk stagger, release boost before bonk. And boost after bonk, okay. And yeah, Shallow Bear, placeholder code would be great. I don't know why the bot is acting like that today. You're not the first one to run into it. Release Y. Release boost. At the vine, right? Yeah. At the vine. Okay. So... okay, and then we just continue from there, right? Like when we're 2 spaces out. And then we have a bit of a consistency check here until we get through. Yeah, I messed up on the last one, but otherwise I actually was on pace. And there we go, that was successful. I guess that did communicate things clearly. Yeah, I remember actually that it was an early, like a really early version of this that was showing me as well, or at least some early version of a tutorial attempt. Yeah, okay, so we need to hit once. Starts and off, and then we go around, yep. to do that, we need to make sure the bonk deflects properly and that we boost afterwards. Like that. There we go. The vine is going to give me the position, once again. Very subtle. Okay, so, whoops, no. This is going to be escorting back and forth. Okay. I think I get it. Whoops. Letting up a little too soon here, though. And also not driving precisely. Let's reset. I'm a little off-center because I'm veering up for some reason. That's just D-pad input problem on my side. Also because I'm bonking... Oh no, I see it. What's going on is I'm boosting too soon before I've done the full 180. And if I boost too soon before I've done the full 180, then I adjust my vertical position without meaning to. TP. TPB. Okay. Now let's see what this is all about. No, we want to do the P-switch first. No. Let's... Okay, let's start over. P-switch should spawn. And then you get a fairly gentle tutorial to do this. Okay, let's restart that. So, no, hang on. Once again, a bad turnaround there before I was done with the 180. Let's wait for the P-switch. Fly accurately here and actually make contact, which I haven't done. Okay, let's, once again, try this. Not quite. Made a couple of mistakes along the way where I let go of the boost because I wasn't... oh, also, the thing I was forgetting was that I can just do something upslope, can't I, too? To adjust my position using the slope? Or... there was something I could do with slopes that you taught me in an earlier level that I just don't remember. Nope, just not making contact. Sometimes I'm letting up a little too soon. Okay, let's try this again. Nope, hang on. Almost. Not quite. Almost. Just didn't get the last hit. It's mostly the directional changes, elite low, that are throwing me off. The timing, as we saw from the earlier segments, is actually fairly lenient in terms of the hits, so long as you don't lose too much time to the bonk. Which this level is all about telling you not to do. It's pretty much the whole purpose of the vines, is just to let you know where you're supposed to let go. It's not really the timing that's killing me right now, but the angles. I'm not flying very accurately. No, we're gonna have to redo this one. Almost. Very close. I could tell where I was losing some time, in fact. No, let's do it again. I'm actually a little too slow in boosting after I hit. doing the first half of the turn correctly, but boosting after I hit is still slower than it needs to be. Hang on. I'll likely time out here, but we did hit the checkpoint earlier, so... Nope, had a bit of a bump there. That's going to be too late. Nope, missed. Things were actually going pretty okay up to that point, but then aiming seems to be a bit of an issue for me. Nope. Hit the ceiling. Let's back out and try this again. 15 seconds, I am going to die, but let's try to understand the directional changes a little bit better. Yeah, it's actually just switching directions at the bonk that is giving me the most trouble. Something you tried to teach in a second room. Yeah, the second room was the up diagonal, right? Like the diagonal that goes towards the top and then comes back down. I mean, you kind of have to turn before you hit, right? Is that the idea? Or... Nope. A little too slow. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, I'm hitting the ceiling, unfortunately. Let's see. Issue. And the reason is because I'm turning too late. I should not be hitting the ceiling unless I start changing directions before I make contact. If I only start changing directions after I make contact, that's too late and I don't get the rotation to go as far as I need. Yeah, you kind of need to anticipate the direction that you're going in then. That's the whole trick here. There we go. Well, clearly some element of the teaching was successful. There's a G. Nice flying. Yeah, thank you. I think it communicated it fairly well. I mean, the final test is understandably a bit of a difficulty spike as it has pushed you to synthesize all of the concepts you've learned up to that point, but very useful to have this kind of on-ramp to some of the harder levels that you've put together. And thank you for the GGs. Nintenium. I'll try to stay open a little longer today, but it's usually around the 2-hour mark where we're at right now that I start to close the queue. Let's say this is going to be sort of last call over the course of this next level. And we'll close it at some point. As you can see, I've been doing quite poorly with Nintenium levels lately, but apparently Dusty Canyon is going to be a bit more gentle, so we'll play it. We'll probably close queue at the end of it, if not sooner. Short platforming level in a desert. See it. Let's not die right away. Fall on a platform, and then there's going to be a spring that I need to grab afterwards. Let's build up a bit of momentum here, why don't we? Yeah. Just need to... I can probably go directly. Yeah, there we go. And I need to go quickly enough to drop the spring... And then the thwomp is going to push it over, if I understand. Because I'll have some forward momentum on that jump. I drop the spring, and then I fall onto it. Yeah, no, I just fall onto it. That's all it is. No, I need to fall onto it. It was just a bad throw. I know, that was a bad throw once again. Even if I did catch that thing in midair. Okay, my release timing is wrong. I need to make sure I actually am holding down ahead of time. And the muscle memory on those soft drops is not working out for me today. But let's try to clean it up. Okay. And there we go. No, that's a forward throw. I was still pointing up from the previous jump, and that was a mistake. It's actually fairly lenient. When it comes to some of the item handling here, it's just that my release timing relative to my D-pad is a little less accurate than it should be today. I need full momentum there. I should not be pulling back in order to bounce in that shell after the release. Too soon. With a pig noise to confirm it in the top corner. Yeah, cutting too much momentum going off that icicle. We are. Missing the shell. But I do need a little more forward momentum going into that shell release. Once again, too late a throw. Very nice at a pig noise there to catch that. Whoops. And let's go. No, that was supposed to be a forward throw. I don't know why. I'm still messing that up. But could be playing a whole lot cleaner here. That was correct, just barely. I was a little bit cautious about that timing, given that the spring was right beneath my feet all the way down. Nope. Not a particularly technically hard thing to do, it's just that you need to have a little bit of finesse when it comes to the drop timing. Yeah, still cutting back a little too much there. Let's see if I can make it. Need to go forward a little bit faster before the thwomp makes contact. Dropping a little too soon now. Yeah, just a lot of tiny adjustments to make here before we do this successfully. Whoops. Something about my muscle memory is killing me. I think I am letting up on jump too soon as well. When I should be holding jump into that. Whoops. Reincarnated Smurf, welcome. Now let's see here. Nope. Yeah, I do need to let go in order to throw, or rather in order to land on that shell without picking it up. That's always something that I struggle with a little bit, not accidentally picking up the shells on my way down. So let's make sure we let go of the Y button at that point before we spin jump out of the shell to dismount. And yeah, Reincarnated Smurf, we're still open a little bit longer. I will probably close the queue by the time I'm done with this level, but it is my usual policy to play everybody who stays. And we almost always manage to make that happen, even if it takes a long time. Oops. Yeah, the thing is, my item handling is quite off today. It comes to actually hitting, or managing the jump button with the base of my thumb. Just straight up missing. So, controller technique for me today is not as good as it should be. Nope. Probably just comes from lack of practice recently, of course. Nope. Okay. No, once again, have to remember that I need to let go of the grab button, land safely. Always something that catches me off guard no matter how many times I see it as a required interaction in levels like this. I've had to do it so many times, I would think by now you'd know to expect it, but there we go. Yeah, my thumbs are just kind of sliding right off the buttons. It's not playing well today. There we go, that's much better positioning. Okay, so I do need to hold that spin a bit better, or at least do it sooner upon making contact with the shell. Something needs to be adjusted there, and I'll need to figure out what. Thank you for the code, Reincarnated Smurf. Hopefully the bot will take it. Yeah, the Koopa Cave. Need more momentum off that icicle, I think. Something there I'm not quite doing correctly. Okay, off the bomb. Oh, I'm supposed to catch and throw it. Yeah, I read that a little too late. I'm supposed to throw the bomb, throw it up, and then throw it to the left. It's going to be 3 hits. And I would assume that the last thing you do with the bomb is activate a switch that's buried under the blades over there. Hence why you have multiple interactions there before it ignites. I just read it too slowly. It's actually very clear what to do. And I am actually not too concerned about being able to do it. Nope. Hit it the wrong way. But yeah, as you can see, on-off switches are buried under that. And then once you hit the on-off switches, then the muncher is going to fall down. So you need to get to the right of that muncher before the bomb ignites. And yeah, that's going to be the next thing I need to watch out for, so I'm glad I Managed to get back to that screen and read it ahead of time, even if that was going to be a dead attempt. So, let's get a release down a little more accurately than we've been doing. Okay, hit the bomb on the left. Pick it up. Nope. It's supposed to land. Pick it up. Throw, throw, throw. Triple throw. And run to the right. Right away. Before we start running into problems. Come on. Up we go. Nope. I do not want to fall on it like that. I need to overshoot and grab it. And grab it right away, or the ignition is going to come too soon. So, a lot of little things that we need to correct here in order to make everything line up just right. Nope. Come on. Let's get the release down. Not a particularly difficult thing to do, it's just that, despite being part of the standard bag of tricks for a Mario player, the muscle memory comes and goes. Note, once again, I let go, but I repressed to dash too early. So, got into that accidental pickup. Yeah, lots of little input sequences that are going to matter here, which I'll have to sort out one at a time. Whoops. Hang on. Okay, up we go. There we go, and then remember, overshoot the bomb. Nope, I keep missing. I was trying to pick it up and I was too far to the right every time. Reincarnated Smurf, I mean, I like some types better than others. I'm fairly open-minded about taking things on viewer levels though, so... Sometimes people show me things in a style that I didn't think I would like, but which actually turns out to be well designed. Nope. Once again, I have to overshoot, but then run left and grab. Tricky. I have to grab that on the first bounce. I think I have to in order to get the bomb safely detonated with time to spare to run to the right of that muncher. That's going to fall on my head later on. Okay, here we go. Nope, just a little too late on that corner. As you can see, that time it was not going fast enough to beat the bomb detonation, so the bomb pickup was too slow. I should have enough time to throw the bomb at the switch without spinning on it, although it's slower. Throw the bomb twice, okay. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. So I'm thinking about the spin there, kicking the bomb to the right. Well, let's look at it when I get back to it. Whoops. Yeah, because I guess I could just spin to kick the bomb to the left. Instead of just re-grabbing all the time, but... I can tell that it's actually the throws into the piranhas that are going a bit slowly for me right now. I just have too much lag time between them. Yeah, okay, no, I see. That if you get a second spin jump on the bomb and kick it to the right, then you can kick it past the first piranha, right? Yeah, so that's the issue there, is that I actually can land on it twice. And in fact, it's one of those things that's obvious to me in retrospect. I don't know why I wasn't considering it earlier. Yeah, let's do that. Ah, okay, no, it's going to be a low spin, though. Yeah. That's going to feel quite a lot nicer, in fact. Reincarnated Smurf, how long do I spend on a level before I skip it? It depends on the style of level and also how much progress I make. Sometimes it could be fairly quick, like... You know, if there's just no chance that'll make much progress. Might be as short as like 10 minutes or so. If I am really pushing against a level and having a lot of fun with it, I sometimes do take a very long time. Like upwards of 40 minutes to an hour, but that is kind of a worst case scenario that just happened far too often recently. But it really depends on the level and how much fun I'm having, and also things like checkpoint placement, length, etc. Often, if I feel like I'm taking too long on a level that I enjoy, I will save it for an overflow stream where I finish levels that have previously come up as viewer submissions. And so I do try to do that from time to time. And run like a bonus stream to finish things up that I couldn't beat. I'll likely be doing that fairly soon, in fact, because there have been a few levels lately that I really wanted to get back to and finish. Also depends on the length of the queue, of course. Okay, up through the door. There we go. Thank you for that, Nintentium. Just needed to sort out that one corner and everything else just went smoothly. I will be closing the queue when I pull up the next level, so this is last call for those of you who want to submit. Wow, an additional 3 seconds could be shaved off of that. Not going to show that off, but did fairly well, I would say. Thank you for all the GGs, and thank you once again to Nintentium for the level. Nice to beat one for once after wiping out on some of the recent ones in spectacular fashion. Let me take a look at the current list. We have 7 to go. Like I said before, if you do stay, I will try to play the entire queue. I usually manage to do it. And yeah, Nintentium, it has been some time. Blue Blur will be next. After I punch in Blue Blur's code and bring up the level, I will close the queue. So thank you once again to all who have submitted and decided to stay. This is going to be Icy Propellers. And we'll get to that in just a moment, after we close up and update all my stream information accordingly. Just make sure my title reads as closed, and that the bot does as well. Spin the propeller when you're at the P block, okay. Penga? Any relation to Panga? I don't know. But let's take this for a spin. Okay, it's going to be a fairly quick auto-scroll, as far as I can tell. Or, no, not an auto-scroll, I'm just, never mind, I'm just wrong about that. No, I need to fall on the icicles because that will reset the propeller. I'll drill my way down to that. Nope, just missed that. But if you drill down to the icicles correctly, it's actually a fairly easy follow-up from there. Whoops. Let's pay attention. And also the Goomba hats are going to enforce a ceiling. Now, why is there another P located there? I'm not actually sure. Why would I want a second boost there? Well, let's go back there and take a look. Oh, I see. It's a timing thing. Because you need to get the thwomp on screen. And the thwomp is going to start dropping the donut blocks, and if you don't do that additional burst, then your donut synchronization is going to be off. Yeah, get the thwomp on screen. And then... No, that's not correct. Hang on. Let's reread that. Yeah, because I'm going to get on top of the donut blocks and then we'll get another burst after that. Whoops, missed that. Okay. Yeah, it seems like I'm there just a tiny bit too soon. I want to get the thwomp and the donuts on screen as soon as I can. And then adjust my timing around that. Okay, Blue Blur, that was not really clear to me. But we'll take that into consideration. Oh, I guess you're doing that consistently with the diagonal arrows. Yeah, I didn't know that that was what you meant. Nope, too high. Could have just waited there. Although I guess we'll have to deal with these other creepers afterwards. Yeah, it's... The thing about notation like this is that sometimes even if you don't exactly know what notation is telling you, you would be able to infer it from playing the level and, you know, making your own corrections and kind of understanding it by figuring it out yourself as you go when you make adjustments. To me, it's not really the case here with the spin on that creeper, because at that point you barely have had an opportunity to see what's coming with the thwomp on camera. And if you haven't seen that on camera, then, you know, you're kind of taking it on blind faith. This is the adjustment that you need to make. Like, you don't know why you would be making that adjustment when you're doing it, right? So, that's the issue I have with that. Because it's one of those things where, you know, you can put all the markers you want. It's still not really going to be clear because there's no way to tell what you're trying to set up with it. And indeed, the fact that I'm getting to the donuts too early kind of implies to me that I should be stalling for time rather than trying to rush it. So it doesn't seem like a very natural correction to make. Whoops, no, I had room to spin down towards the donuts that time, I just missed it. Okay, here we go. I mean, maybe this is something that has become a little more standard with that propeller notation. I don't really know. It's been a while since I played a level like this, so... But that's part of why I don't like a lot of the notation in Mario Maker to begin with Kaizo levels and so on. That, like, it's making often a lot of assumptions about what the player base is taking in with them. Okay, I was trying to get a little bit lower every time so I don't hit the Goombas. Later on, we're going to have to drill off-screen to dodge a column of Goomba hats, which is going to be tricky. Because we do need to get to safety within the off-screen space. Nope, too late. Alright, let's try to get back to that, and... Nope. Just missing my chance to get on top. You can only spin down so many times as well, I think. It's extremely vital that you land on that accurately. And drill down to it right time. Nope, still not managing to catch that. I have no more downward drills available at that point. At least it's not letting me do it, so... Yeah, I'd rather not drill at the piranha if I can avoid it. But I'm going to see if it's doable without, in fact. Because it might be easier. You just space out the propeller bursts a little bit longer. I might be able to do it my own way. But we'll see. The important thing is to find the most consistent method, of course, for future attempts. Okay, I'm supposed to let the snake block go down and then burst back on top of it to ride it over. Do see how that's supposed to work. Spawn the thwomp as soon as I can. I know, once again, I wonder why it's lagging so much on the downward spin there. That doesn't seem to be very responsive for whatever reason. Yeah, the downward spin is sometimes just not doing what it's told. I wonder if there's something to do with the propeller state that I need to be aware of here. No. Yeah, using the donut drop with the thwomps is not a bad idea at all. It's fun to play with, but I think the wrinkle in the timing here with this creeper on the left does create some complications. Well, we'll try to get it done. Nope. Bit of a tricky spot, but try to get that going somehow. Okay, that was a lot better, actually. Nope. That's a tricky spot here. Then going underneath the Goomba stack is going to be something that requires a bit of off-screen play, which is always going to be a little bit awkward. I remember there was an older Meng level that also used playing off the bottom of the screen using the propeller, and I never beat that one either. It's a much older one. But I remember I had tons of trouble with it. Even just in the first few jumps. Merlin, welcome. Merlin, hope everything was going well. Like with that appointment you had to run off to the other day. Among other things. I see that you did not, in fact, get murdered by any strangers off the internet. Which is good news, because it means we can play more of your levels. Too soon. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here with the down input just kind of not behaving. I wonder if that's why I've been having so much trouble with things like ground pound cancels lately as well, that maybe something is happening with the way I'm hitting down input on my D-pad. Not necessarily anything wrong with my controller, just maybe with the angle I'm holding it at. Or something. I'm expecting to go down, but things are not cooperating. And yeah, Merlin, sorry to hear that. That was the end result, but I'm glad you're handling it gracefully. Okay. No. That's a bit of a tricky moment there, figuring out the timing for this second propeller burst. I'm a little too far to the left there. But yeah, anyway, glad to hear you had a good time while it lasted. Way too low on that burst. Way too low. Yeah, I have to think about my downward float timing. My downward float speed, rather, relative to the donut speed, and kind of make a better adjustment there. Donut should go faster to me, which means that bursting sooner is the right answer, and it, once again, really kind of laggy input on actually going down from there. I mean, maybe that's just the way the propeller is, that downward stomp, something that you need a bit of lead time on for the animation to wind up. Nope. That's really the one thing that we've been running into. Of course, with the stake block coming up as well, that's the other challenge that we haven't quite sorted out. Nope, easy. Brother also got the virus. Ah, I see, so you're quarantined now. Yeah, I hope that gets sorted out quickly. I don't know if it's the explosion of the latest variant that has caught you there as well. Yeah, where I am, we're not able to get those third booster shots yet, and so it's a matter of some concern. Once again, I keep expecting to spin down a lot sooner than I am. Like, I'm hitting the input, and it's just taking ages to actually register. When you're in the middle of a float, I guess. Something about the propeller physics and controls I need to adjust around. Not doing it very well. Might be because I'm going left at that point. And maybe there's something that's being read as a diagonal input when I need to go straight down. Yeah, once again, I want to spin down, and things are not happening. Nope, that timing is just a little bit rough every time. Well, hopefully I can fix that up a little more consistently so I can get back to learning the snake block. Yeah, always a little bit behind. I have to double tap it for whatever reason. I mean, all the other spin downs are working for me fine, just these ones are causing a bit of trouble. Too far to the right that time, got pushed a bit. I do need to stay to the left of snake block, but probably hug that on the way down. Okay, much better that time. No, too high. Too high. And yeah, I need to dodge around that Goomba stack there, which we haven't even dealt with yet. Once again, it's just not doing what I want. I think it is totally reading that as a down diagonal when I'm going left. Because I am still in the midst of repositioning myself to the left when I press there. Yeah. Clearly not going the way I want. Like, it looks like such a simple thing, and the other down drills have been working just fine. Working on another course while watching. Yeah, looks like you're progressing through those fairly nicely. Come on, let's go. I'm trying to down drill there and it's just not responding. And I do not understand why it's doing that. And it's only in this spot too, like the other spots are fine, except I float down and it just doesn't go down. I don't know if it's something specific to like some kind of limitation on the propeller box that I don't really have an intuitive grasp of. The down drill doesn't work there because you can't ground pound really close to the ground. Ah, I don't have enough distance. Yes, yes, Merlin, that's a very good observation. I guess I wasn't thinking about that because of the way the donut blocks were a moving target, even though the donut blocks do, of course, count as a platform. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Which makes this obstacle a pretty huge problem, actually. It's a strange timing to begin with, very difficult to read. So let's... No, you kind of have to just intercept that in midair then. Audio disappeared. Yeah, we'll fix that up quickly. I probably will only put in a few more attempts on this one anyway, before moving on. Give me one moment, we'll reset the audio. Okay, should be working now. Alright, Blue Blur, just going to put in a few more here. Yeah, most of it is fine. It's actually not so much the donut blocks that are a problem. I think that creeper on the left is a bit of an issue in terms of how it manipulates your positioning. But let's try to get the snake blocks down. Oh, that's much better. Much, much better. Except, yeah, I'm unlikely to make that anytime soon. Let me just take a look at the editor. I do want to see how much more I had to go after the Goomba stack. I was a bit worried about the Goomba stack even when I saw it, because I know that I rarely ever make the off-screen stuff like that. So yeah, you go through the Goombas, and then there's going to be an on-off column after that, and then some playing with pipes, and then you get to the end. So we got through a chunk of it, and yeah, pretty satisfying to get the propellers down, of course. Some interesting setups with the icicles and the like, but that was a pretty weird location there with the creeper and the donuts, even though using the falling donuts is by itself a pretty interesting idea. So, thank you for that. Anyway, Blue Blur, we'll move on for the time being. We might have to go back to this one at some point. Mark it as lost and move on. Kitten Bree, if you are still here, please check in. Played one by Kitten Bree earlier on in the stream. I don't know if they may have left. If we don't get a response from Kitten Bree, who does not appear to be online, then we're going to move on to Alexman. And we played one Kitten Bree level earlier, so not too concerned about this. Alexman, please check in. I know you checked the queue just now when we were in the middle of that level, and thank you for checking in. Let's play. And thanks for your patience and staying. I know it's been a bit of a long wait for people at this point in the queue, so... Here's a wall jumps Christmas. A wall jump level to spend Christmas. And okay, let's jump around. Oh, here we go. It's going to be some ground pound cancellation that we have to deal with. Not very timing constrained, of course, so we don't absolutely need to do that to make this work, although maybe I do need some of that momentum here, so let's just try to get some forward momentum going. There we go. Okay. Nope. Need to go a little bit higher and then twirl over. It's not necessary to ground pound. Yeah, I see that, and that's fine. I prefer not to do it. Because I'm not good at it. Okay, forward momentum. Yeah, plenty of space there, actually. It looks tight, but it's actually fine. I do need to get a little bit higher on that wall, though. And fix that jump over the top corner. Yeah, you can go pretty smoothly from here. I came in a little bit low. That's why it's a wall jump Christmas. Okay. Once I learn the level, I can probably do some of this early stuff a little bit smoother. Yeah, you made a level so that ground pound cancellations are not necessary. Thank you for that. Okay, there we go. A little bit of twirl adjustment over here, and then we take the lift down. Only have one chance at that. I should not have been expecting a second bounce. Yeah, a little bit of twirling to reposition is enough to clean up some of the timing there, so made a decent amount of progress on that attempt, despite bumping my head. A reincarnated Smirk, do I play a lot of Mario Maker? Yes, I do. I play far too much Mario Maker. Far too much. It is easily my most played Nintendo game of all time at this point. Mario Maker 2. And in terms of my lifetime hours played in any game, it's got to be in the top 3. Possibly top 2. No prizes for guessing what number 1 would be in terms of the thing I've spent the longest on. Is actually something I have not touched in many, many years. It's actually not Scrabble, although I've never measured my hours played in Scrabble. So that's a good question. I have no idea, actually, if you include, you know, hours spent going to tournaments, drilling words, etc. Maybe. Like, I feel like I barely streamed it at all, and I actually streamed about 50 hours of Scrabble on the channel earlier this year, and I played a lot more than that in over-the-board tournaments. But no, I don't have a good time log for how much I've done. It is not Tetris 99. Tetris 99 has not been around for long enough. I have maybe 20 hours in Tetris 99, mostly from doing the events. Oh, wasn't there an event this week? I think I missed it. Unless it's still on.
Oh, no.
Anyway, going to be short bounce over to Snow Pokies. I've played a lot more Mario Maker 2 than Mario Maker 1. Like I said, Mario Maker 2 is my most played Nintendo game. By a very long shot.
Oh, no.
No, number one, if you want me to spoil the answer, it will come as absolutely no surprise. I think anybody who has ever played World of Warcraft in any significant capacity spent way too much time on World of Warcraft. I'm not even sure I liked it that much. I mean, I had some very good times at its peak, like around 2010 or so, back in Wrath of the Lich King, when I was actually raiding on a very constant basis. And that was most of what I played. Like,
Oh, no.
there was a period during the Wii era when I was kind of between countries and didn't have access to my Wii anyway, so I was playing on PC all the time, and I pretty much didn't play anything but World of Warcraft for a year or two. But like I said, that was back
Oh, no.
over a decade ago, and I think the record still stands in terms of like number of days played, and Mario Maker is the closest thing I've had to sort of a really stable, long-term main game since then. I have a lot of time in Mario Maker. Probably not even as much as a lot of the people who are regulars here, actually, because I haven't published that many levels.
Oh, no.
But yeah, I suspect that Mario Maker 2 may actually be my second most played video game. Possibly its third, but I don't really remember how much time I put into Civilization 4 back when I played it seriously. Civilization was my main thing that I played for a very long time as well. And it's extremely time consuming. And back then I didn't have hours logged in it because I was playing off a physical disc, not off Steam or anything. Yeah, do let me know if there are any audio issues with the pitch still. We did have one audio fix earlier on, so Electrodude, if you are indeed correct, we'll fix that up quickly. So we can give this level a proper listen. So, pardon the interruption once again. Hopefully audio problems do not persist. We were fine for the first few hours. Anyway, back in one moment.
Oh,
Reincarnated Smurf asks, do I play any of the Final Fantasy games? The last one in the mainline numbered series that I played was Final Fantasy VI, or as it was known on the Super Nintendo originally, Final Fantasy III. However, I have played a lot of other Square Enix RPGs. I played a fair bit of Octopath Traveler, Bravely Default, stuff like that. in terms of, you know, more modern JRPGs. But I haven't actually played a Final Fantasy in an extremely long time. Thank you for the follow. I don't have much time for JRPGs anymore, to be honest. The last JRPG that I put in a ton of time to, like, I don't think I even finished Octopath Traveler, in fact, and I really enjoyed it. I just didn't have time to get through all of the content. And I had a great time with it anyway, just even leaving it incomplete. But the last time I actually finished a JRPG would probably have been Xenoblade 2, about 3 or 4 years ago. Oh no, I guess I finished the Torna expansion to Xenoblade 2, which was a very manageable JRPG, and that it was actually, you know, between 20 and 30 hours, which was actually the original length of stuff like Chrono Trigger. Games like that in the classic era. It's a much more manageable project. But yeah, I have not played Final Fantasy in a very long time. Despite playing a lot of things that are like it. You might get Final Fantasy VIII for the PS4. Yeah, I know that Final Fantasy VIII was something that received a bit of a remaster HD upgrade, I guess, for a number of systems, including the Switch. The Switch, I believe, received all of the Final Fantasies from 7 to 12, not counting 11, of course, because 11 was an online game. I actually thought about just skipping on ahead to 12 on a recommendation from somebody else, I think, but I don't actually know at what point I'll be playing one of those again. I know there was a rumor recently, by the way, about possibly a new release of Chrono Cross coming sometime in the future. It may be a fairly dubious rumor that doesn't have anything to back it up, but I never managed to play Chrono Cross originally. I did love Chrono Trigger, but I know that Chrono Cross is supposed to be quite a different beast. No, high bounce off the last one. That's fine. That's actually very visible. I think I can do it. And audio is still completely dead, isn't it? It's just dead now. Yeah, sorry about the sound problems. I'm going to try to see if we can have a bit of a more durable fix here. That sometimes happens when we have some heat issues with my setup, so just give me a moment. We'll try to get sound back on a more permanent basis, and if it glitches out, we'll just leave it. But I do mean to spend a bit more time on this level. Okay, seems like sound is actually still dead. Just give me a moment here. I'll see if something else I can do to get this working, hopefully without breaking the whole stream. And sound should be back. Okay. Hopefully that sticks. We did a bit of a different fix this time. Yeah, unfortunately not something I can find a better resolution for until we just do some hardware upgrading. You have 710 10 Part 2, 12 and 15 on all those games are about 900 hours total. Yeah, I guess if you're a real completionist about it. So I guess that's why you're trying to fill things in with 8 and presumably 9 after that. Reincarnated Smurf. Okay, let's try to get over the snow pokies this time. No, the wall jump was not quite well positioned that time. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, making it around that corner is all there is to it. A little bit late on that.
Oh no!
Yeah, because if you are within range of the note blocks spawning, that creates a bit of a time constraint on how soon you have to go right. You can't bounce back and forth too much once you get within range of the note block. Well, of the ones you have played, Reincarnated Smurf, do you have a particular favorite? Any that you think is
Oh no!
especially essential? Oh, I guess you didn't say anything about 13. I guess 13 has there's the whole 13 trilogy, right? Whoops. One thing I remember about Final Fantasy 13 was that there was a promotional partnership with Louis Vuitton. And so I was seeing Lightning, the main character in
Oh no!
Final Fantasy 13, like on these fashion advertisements just in the middle of the city, you know, holding
Oh
handbags and such, and modeling high fashion in shopping malls. Because apparently that's how they thought they would promote Final Fantasy 13.
no!
You have 300 hours alone in Final Fantasy X. I had no idea there was that much content. But yeah, would be nice to have time to play a JRPG again someday.
Oh no!
I've actually had the Switch cartridge of Tales of Vesperia sitting around for ages. I think I've actually had it just sitting around for probably years now when I bought it close to its release. And because I put in a ton of time in Tales of Symphonia back on the GameCube. And Vesperia was apparently a good place to pick up with that series, and I just never got around to playing it because I've heard it's a gigantic time investment. I know.
Oh no!
Adjusted out of that poorly. You don't actually need to twirl there, you need forward momentum. And yeah, Alex Man, it feels like a level that I can beat. I just need to work at it a little longer. I feel like all of these jumps are well within my ability. They're not too tight, they're not too technical. I just need to be a bit more careful.
Oh no!
And not hang left too soon. You play a lot of Blitzball. Let's see. Okay. Let's go over here.
Oh
A little low on that wall jump. I mean, it's very clearly marked, and I've done it before. Now, Reincarnated Smurf, when you're saying Final Fantasy VII, are you also including Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I understand is a very distinct experience with a kind of a whole new game.
Oh no!
And here we go. And yeah, I'm aware that Final Fantasy VII Remake is actually itself supposed to be its own series, that it's not finished yet. Okay.
Oh no!
I was trying to get the high bounce on the last one there, I was just a little bit too slow. Okay, there we go.
Oh no!
And yeah, just didn't really land on a wall in a good location there. I'm sure people who have an easy time with ground pound cancels find that a much easier way to position themselves at the proper location on the walls. I actually find that I'm doing okay without them. I don't think they're going to fix anything for me here.
Oh no!
Although, landing on that wall a little bit more precisely would help. Yeah, I seem to be going either too high or too low in that specific location.
Oh.
And we can fix that. Okay, around we go. I like how that blue platform there
Oh.
matches up with the mountain in the background. Like the background parallax just scrolls to precisely the right point where your descent to follow the mountain down the center. I'm much too distracted by that. I guess that's just because, you know, you are falling in a very central position. And the mountain is more or less going to follow that. Anyway, I'll show you what I mean when I go back to it. This location here, notice how it follows the mountain. Notice how I am far too distracted by that. I'm sure that was just a coincidence, but it works out quite well. Goes to show how underappreciated some of these backgrounds are, in fact. Yeah, the mountain right here. Right here. On this descent. Okay, let's get that note block. Nope.
Oh
Probably needed an extra twirl just to get a little bit more height on that wall jump over there. And yeah, Merlin, of course, you'll vividly remember just how much trouble I had with the ground pound cancels in our 3D world level a little while ago. Yeah.
Oh no!
I mean, I don't really do too many of the super technical new soup levels, so... I know that, of course, a lot of people had a lot of practice with this back in Mario Maker 1. When it comes to just doing all of the proper movement tech. Whoops.
Oh no!
Too much of a bounce. Reincarnated Smurf. What is my favorite Mario style? Good question. Probably Super Mario World, but I actually really love 3D World in this game. I feel like it's underrated. Has a lot of mechanics that have not been sufficiently explored. I haven't published that many levels, but I think about half of what I made was in 3D World.
Oh no!
Obviously, it's aesthetically much more limited, and mechanically there's a lot you can't quite do with it either. But no, it really depends. Each of the themes has a lot to recommend it. Like, each of the themes is best at something, I think. It's not really about the themes in the end, it's about what the makers do with them. I shouldn't twirl there. I have plenty of room. Okay. You have 100 levels on your account, okay. All the way up to the limit. And yeah, Super Mario World has always been gorgeous.
Oh no!
Do I have a favorite theme like snow or underground? Good question. Again, it kind of depends on the style. I want to say probably something like forest. Movable water and poison and so on, and some very distinctive tile sets in the various themes as well, but I don't know if it's my favorite. It's hard to say as any kind of rule. Hey, checkpoint. Oh, here's a Christmas tree. With a star. Oh, I wanted to spin off there. Let's not start over by mistake. We have checkpoint. And indeed, Merry Christmas. Have I ever seen those Pac-Man levels? I have seen some Pac-Man levels. Like, I've seen levels that are based on Pac-Man, and so I don't know if I'm thinking of the same ones that you're thinking of, Reincarnated Smurf, but I have seen some people play with different variants of that concept. Red Knight, welcome. How nice of this Christmas tree to save my progress. Yeah, that's going to be a spin. Definitely got to be a spin. I need to go a little bit lower, though. And Meng, we have definitely seen some of those Pac-Man levels. Was I just saying something about No Paddle Pond earlier? When I was playing Meng's level, in fact, which was a pond where you shouldn't always paddle. Yeah. Pac-Man, of course, is an excellent maker, and one of the few other makers who properly appreciates the Goomba hat and understands how powerful it is. One of the few people in this game who gets it. Too low. Your idea is that the checkpoint is the gift under the tree. Yeah, I like that concept. That's quite nice. Just remember, when you die after the checkpoint and you respawn, it'll be Christmas. They'll just pop out of the gift. I mean, if it's a death and rebirth, I guess it makes more sense for it to be Easter. But we'll take it. The Christmas tree fills you with determination, exactly. Speaking of which, I still haven't played Deltarune. Either chapter. Hey, look at that pipe. And that's level going to cheer me on, and then we have a scrolling segment and a music segment, actually. Hey, you wish me a Merry Christmas. Nice finish. am I waiting for the full release of Deltarune? Yeah, I know it'll probably be a few years off, but I think it makes sense to do so. Otherwise I'll just forget it as I go along. I feel like I forgot to check something up top if I wall jump up to it, like a coin that was just out of reach. I think there was something up top that I neglected to wall jump to. Normally I would check for that kind of secret. Let's see the end here. Yeah, there totally is something to wall jump to at the very end. Nice to see the way that the cover art is integrated as well. Just a little coin that you can wall jump towards, or you just wall jump and twirl all the way up, I think. And I just didn't think to check for that. Thank you very much, Alex, man. Excellent level. Enjoyed that very much. Enjoyed that it was fairly lenient in terms of giving you enough room to rescue yourself a bit if your technique was a little off. And you have a Merry Christmas as well. And thank you for the follows. Deltarune Chapter 2 took super long because Toby Fox wrote the script for all the chapters first. I see. Yeah, I know it was a gap of a few years, maybe? I don't remember. Elite Low, thank you for staying so patiently. Looking forward to what you are showing me today. And what's that going to be? It's going to be Technical Kaizo, and we'll have a practice door. Okay, fairly new upload, not too many plays on it yet, so the clear rate will tell me nothing whatsoever. There is a clear condition on this, though, which we'll have to keep an eye on. Probably something about not landing, but we'll see. Reach the goal after defeating 12 Monty Moles. Okay, so we just need to be strict about bouncing on them. Practice door and practice pipe. Oh, 30 seconds as well. We almost certainly need to kick the shell in a certain direction, don't we? Given the conveyor belt. Short bounces, probably. Otherwise, I won't beat the timing on the bombs. Short bounces, but not that short. The Koopa is going to come up at the end and bounce its way up. That's interesting. So I'll need to cut some of these jumps a bit shorter, but we'll see how to adjust. Yeah, I mean, these are easy jumps. It's more that I'm trying to do them a bit quicker and cut some corners. Because otherwise it seems like I'll run into trouble with the on-off switch, although I don't know if it's something activated by proximity yet. Hang on. I'm just trying to shorten these jumps a bit too much. I need to jump on a Koopa before the mole, okay. Oh, because of the key. Yeah, okay, okay. I understand. I wasn't sure what was going on with the on-off timing up top, that's the only thing, because I felt like I was going too slow earlier, but as you can see, the on-off actually does fix itself, and then I kind of have to cycle around there to defeat more of the moles. Is it all moles? No, it's at least 12 moles. I don't know if anything here is an optional bounce, but whoops. Yeah, I guess I didn't survive long enough earlier to see the double activation. But now it's clear to me, and now that makes everything much easier, in fact, as long as I get on top of the moles in that next segment. You can't really do things much faster, of course, given that the conveyor belt is going to control the Koopa timing. Can't really speed through this. Let's get that jump a little bit cleaner. No, let's bounce on the Koopa first. I keep expecting the Koopa to bounce sooner. Now, once I hit those three, I guess I have to shell jump off the on-off switch. I wasn't paying enough attention to how I was doing the shell pickup there. Let's get back there. Yeah, because I need to cycle around the moles, and once I've cycled around the moles, I shell jump off the on-off switch and land on the other side of that column. Too close. Yeah, I defeat every mole and then shell jump. I think that's going to be the case here. Cycle around without killing the shell, ideally. So some of the positioning here we'll need to fix up. Kind of a bad release there. Yeah, for a shell jump column, the switches there seemed a little bit low, and so I was trying to work out the timing a little more accurately. Oh, yeah, I have to account for the falling mole, of course. In fact, I wonder if I'm supposed to hit the falling mole in midair, just given the marker later, but no, I think I should be able to go over and then need to land on something on the other side. I haven't quite seen what just yet, but we'll figure it out. Ah, yes, no, it's the Koopa who's located on the right side at that point. Koopa that was kicked out of the shell. So once again, we'll have a Koopa to land on, I think. Let's get back over there and we'll try to read it more accurately. Nope, wrong order. You want to learn how to do mid-airs? Well, I recommend practicing them in Mario Maker before you try them in real life. Okay, let's knock these over here. Whoop. Hit my head under that blaster, but we made it. Yeah, so the Koopa is going to land between the one-way panels there on top of that spike. Like the naked Koopa is going to land there. And then I have to worry about the icicle afterwards, but we have basically a one-tile landing location to bounce off the Koopa. And we'll do that. Once again. Yeah, the blaster crush on the Koopa does give you the key, but then not the right on-off reactivation timing. Make everything line up the way we want, so... Let's try to make this happen. Yeah, I had a little bit of trouble going around that falling mole there. Still surprises me a little bit every time because I'm trying to wrap around long enough to let the mole fall down without hitting me in the head, but I wonder if I should be doing that past the first bounce. Yeah, so I mean, probably should be trying to defeat every mole that I come across, but... Yeah, no, I do have time, I think, to bop an additional mole there before the one comes down. And I still need to manage to shell jump after that, which may be tricky. I'm grabbing a shell, but of course the moles are an issue. It's 3 moles there. I should defeat them all. I've got 4, whoops, 4 moles at that point. Let's see what I can do. I need to defeat every mole in the original way. Ah, yes, okay, so you needed to lower it because of the practice road. Yeah. Hence the at least condition. That's understandable. I'm a little late on that. I need to shorten some of the bounces. I mean, that was all correct. I just didn't do final bounce very well. Yeah, trying to cut too many corners here. Let's do a nice high bounce off the last of those moles. So I actually did hit that mole in midair that time, but I think I still needed to fire a shell, so let's... I need to bounce every mole, I do know that. Okay, almost, except a little bit low on a shell jump. I was concerned that the shell release wouldn't hit the on-off switches, but as you could see there, it actually hit the on-offs fairly low on that stack. So I had plenty of room, except I need to do the shell pickup. Usually easy to do on a mole stack like that, but sometimes I'm not reading accurately whether I'm hitting two moles at once when I'm jumping on top of them on that track, so need to estimate that a little better. And the release that time did not hit the on-off switch, so that was too high. Now I'm trying to see if I can have a more consistent understanding of when that mole is going to fall on me, because I don't think I have a good sense of timing for it. Largely because that is going to be controlled by when I scroll it within camera range horizontally. And I'm not always doing that the same way, depending on how quickly I get through the early jumps. Yeah, I'm killing the shell once again. I do need to be a little better about that in terms of actually grabbing the red shell when I can. Almost. Standing a little bit close there, actually. On the shell release. It's a pretty standard shell jump. Shouldn't be too tricky, but we'll just need to do a better release. Yeah, if I go dead center... Okay, no, that's the thing. I do need to watch when I've killed all the moles, and I have to react to it quickly. Because I got a double kill that time and caught me by surprise. So, let's see. I mean, this is a short level. We don't have that much more to go, I'm sure. That was right, except I lost a bit of momentum going over top, so need to hold a full jump into that. Yeah, as you can see, I got a triple kill that time on that bounce, and once again, it surprised me a bit. But of course, if you want to speed through this and really save time, the triple kill seems like it's the most efficient way to do it. Hopefully the timer isn't actually going to be that tight, but you can see why that would be a major world record savings right there. Whoops. Yeah, current record is shaving a little over a second. A record that's under 29, so we know at least that much about the flexibility here. I assume I don't have to get a triple kill on the moles. That would seem a little specific. Whoops. Yeah, I didn't think it was that tight. Especially because I'm taking some longer bounces here, but once again, everything's synchronized to the conveyor anyway, so... Okay. Yeah, once again, I have to watch really carefully to see how many moles I've killed. Yeah, I'm pretty much only doing the double kills by accident. So I do have to keep a very close eye on how many moles I'm killing with each bounce. And that's also why I'm a little bit slow to react with the shell jump afterwards. Because I have to understand that now is the time to release. The opening is generally going a bit cleaner for me. Except I still killed the shell. Okay. That's going to be a shell jump and then a bomb coming down. Wow, okay. At that point, that's 8 out of 12 on the moles, so I think we're doing it mostly fine. At least I know it's coming. Whoops. Still need to fix that bounce, of course. Yeah, I always have to account for the fact that I do get pushed a little bit by the blaster. That's going to throw off my expectations slightly. Nope, forgot about the mole coming down. Gotta wait 1 or 2 seconds before doing the other shell jump. Yeah, I was seeing it for the first time, so I hadn't quite responded to just reading it correctly. My first time seeing it, so... Now, if I'm 8 out of 12 moles, I'm guessing I'm probably past the practice section at that point. Yeah, that's what the door is for, actually. The door in the middle of nowhere drops you into the practice section, and there's the practice pipe as well, which is going to be something else. Oh, hence the extra moles that you were saying inflated the clear condition. I get it. Always very fancy when you hit the falling mole in midair. Of course, it doesn't help you whatsoever. Yeah, kind of a poor release there, but we can fix that. Nope. Oh, I see what happened is that I landed off center and the shell made contact with the moles, which is something I have to be quite careful to avoid, just by having a more central landing. Thank you for the follow. It is indeed the merry season. We're receiving a lot of snow levels, in fact. Whoops. Yeah, once again, still not compensating properly for the blaster push. More snow, the better. Well, as long as it doesn't melt all over the place and flood your home afterwards. This is your first Kaizo level with this theme, I see. Yeah, I mean, it's a very attractive theme, visually, so not a bad choice at all. Can't help but notice all those burners up top that are not melting any of the ice. Oops. Yeah, let's shorten some of these jumps. I'm spending a little bit too much time in the air, and the blaster is giving me a bit of trouble, so... Yeah, once again, just need to line that up a little bit better so we're not running into trouble. Yeah, I was expecting the mole to come down earlier, and it didn't. I don't know that mole is just set up by claw drop. No, actually it can't be. It's well out of range. I think it's just by camera. Like it spawns on a track, perhaps, and therefore falls to the other track. Nope, I didn't have that problem previously. Let's watch out for that jump. And yeah, Pixelon, thank you for coming by and dropping a follow. Glad to have you here, and we'll see you another time. Nope. Once again, let's wait for the mole. Nope. That was a mistake. But yeah, I see that earlier I was releasing too quickly on that shell. Nope. Have to wait for the mole, of course. The falling mole somehow always catches me by surprise, even though I've seen it so many times. Let's do the double bounce. Always catches me off guard. Nope, killed the shell. Not so great. Any mechanisms that detect when you hit a Koopaling? Well, you can use the Koopaling limit, maybe. Since Koopalings have their own limit. Let me think about how that would work. It's a little hard for me to visualize that while I'm playing a different level, of course, but... Whoops. But I think using the fact that the Koopalings follow their own limit would probably be the right way to approach that. No, once again, I don't know why I'm doing an up throw there. I'm trying to go forward. Probably some kind of mistake with how I'm adjusting my position. Oh. Ah, yeah, okay. The bomb is a bit of a surprise. I mean, I've seen it a few times already, but I thought the timing would be a bit gentler with me. I guess the bomb is there specifically to try to constrain when you're allowed to do the shell jump, which I think it does seem a little bit trial and error, I think, until you've seen it a few times. The rest of the level so far, I think, has been extremely fair. The bomb does catch me a bit off guard because it's not an adjustment that you can actually plan around in advance. So we'll try to make it work, of course, but I can see why you said that you have to delay a bit, because I guess the bomb is there to force you to take the shell jump lower than you usually would. I don't know about that. It does seem like a bit of a weird moment. The bomb is there to tighten the timer, yeah. I don't know if that's a good way to tighten a timer, to be honest. It's the only part so far that has felt a little bit strange. But everything else has been going very smoothly, of course. Even that falling mole that we keep having trouble with. Yeah, maybe there's some other time-dependent mechanism here that requires that to happen, which I'm not seeing. But if it's just a timer consideration, I don't know if that's a good way to do it. But we'll see. It's just a little hard to expect, that's all. Especially because I'm not somebody who does shell jumps very well, and so I kind of need that extra bit of freedom from finding my own timing in order to do them well. So it is throwing me off a little bit, but we'll see if I can make it. Because of course my instinct is to give myself as much room as I can to shell jump. And we'll see if we can make that compatible. Nope, I didn't expect a double kill. It was originally planned to come if you were too slow, yeah. I feel like it's just kind of directly in my way, but... Oh, I think I know what you mean by if you're too slow. Because I guess you're right after a safe landing point after the icicle, so it's a point where the player might potentially stall, if I understand that correctly. Okay, one more. Oh, whoops, nope. Accidental up throw. Nope. Just need to mix that up a bit. Whoops. It was so satisfying to get the mole in midair and still survive that I was much too impressed with myself and immediately died. Whoa. Okay, I was trying to get a high bounce there, but I just missed. Reflex is starting to fail a little bit, I think. It actually mostly went well. Yeah, it still feels a little bit improvisational, I guess, to try to set expectations for expecting the mole to come down and to read its timing. I mean, usually just jumping as high as possible should be fine. Jumping on top of that mole and right should also be fine, but I'm still having a bit of trouble there after having had a few clean attempts. Let's see if we can get it. No, I had a shell. I didn't expect to pick up a shell for some reason, but that was actually a fine attempt. I just backed out of it too quickly. Once again, something about my entry position there is throwing off my timing with that falling mole. I wonder if there would be a more consistent mole trigger than just using the camera position there, because okay, we can do it though. Except I missed a switch. Yeah, once again, just didn't predict the double kill. Getting that first mole off-center on the right side might even be a better idea here. If I don't know when to expect The mole to come down the top. Whoops. Yeah, I feel like I probably could get this, but I think my hands are kind of cramping up a little bit, so might need a break from Nikaizo before too long. I'm enjoying this one a lot, though. I would not mind returning to it. I just have to do it on a different stream. And like I said earlier, I do an overflow stream from time to time where I try to mop up some of the unfinished levels. And if not that, I can take it on a future viewer level stream as well. But I'll probably have to call it after a few attempts here, unless I can get back to that bomb quickly. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't know when to expect the bomb because it's coming from off screen, that's the only thing. Let's try to get back there once more, just to try to get that jump. I mean, I guess I am allowed to land on that spot, right? Like, if the bomb come down. But then maybe I missed a timing window for something else on the right, so... Yeah, hitting that track on the right side is actually maybe the better way to do this. Always wait 1 or 2 seconds before doing the shell jump, yeah. Try to do it that way. Yeah, because I guess if I just have the bomb spawn within camera range, just let it get out of the way first. Nope, missed. Trying to go off center there, but it's not working out. Nope, missing the shell. There we go. Oh, no. Didn't expect a triple kill. Nope. Once again, really do have to watch. And react properly. Feels like this is going to go a little bit differently every time I play it. Just because I don't know how many moles I'm going to stomp. There we go. No. I wanted to wait. And yeah, there's a spike on top of that column, in fact. So yeah, I'm within bomb range at that point. I just need to wait then. I think most players who get that far will not be able to figure that out by themselves without dying to it a few times first. I mean, it afterwards becomes clear that it is a bomb that's going to be dependent on the camera timing, but it's more that everything else in the level kind of conditions you to go fast up to that point, right? Especially this bit here early on with the blaster, and so... having set the pace of the level within a 30-second time limit, it is surprising to require the player to have to have a pocket of waiting. That's okay. That's really the only issue that I've seen with this. I mean, otherwise, as long as I read the mole kill properly, things are actually going pretty well. Nope. Once again, let's do this. Yeah, I'm going to try to at least do the weighting properly at least once. But that's probably as far as I'll go with this one, just because my hands are getting a little bit tired. And who knows, maybe the next thing I get in the queue will be Kaizo as well, and then we'll really break everything. Okay, bomb, come down. Yeah. Now we'll miss the shell jump. Okay. That's okay, let's tap out for the moment. Yeah, because, you know, the player is going to be there with like 14 seconds on the clock, and they're going to wonder, well, why do I have to wait? But like you said, the total obviously isn't tight. You have clear check of 27.4. And I'm just seeing how far I went. I can see where I was, actually, right about the midpoint where the bomb drop is located. So, decent progress. We'll have to get back to it at some other point when I'm better rested, but thank you for that. Yeah, that was enjoyable. Let's mark that as lost, though, and move on to whatever is next. Green Heroes. And let me just check the state of the list. It's going to be Green Heroes, a Shallow Bear, Reincarnated Smurf, depending on who checks in. I do see Green Heroes listed in the chat. When people are listed in the chat and they don't check in, my usual policy is that I'll bump them back one spot and give them a second chance. So if we don't get a chance, or if we don't get a check-in from Green Heroes, we will check for Shallow Bear, who I think actually left. And I know Reincarnated Smurf is here, so Reincarnated Smurf, you may be next. So, Green Heroes will get a second call because they're lurking and might have just fallen asleep on the stream. Shallow Bear, I will just do one call for because I do not see Shallow Bear listed. Then we'll go Smurf. Okay. And if Green Heroes doesn't check in after this one, then this will be our closer. Okay, the Koopa Cave. This is a long level, but nice level, so you say. Good luck. No clears yet, but also very few plays, so that doesn't really tell me much about the difficulty. This is from September. So I've been sitting around in the uncleared pile for some time. Let's take a look. Also, I hope things are still sounding good after some of the resets we needed to do earlier to fix the audio. Timing is not going to be tight here, so let's just be a bit careful about wrapping around. Whoa, okay, have to watch out for stuff like that. Icicles are not a threat yet, but it may be later, so let's first of all work out how to get into that slot as well. This is going to be a wall jump, probably a spin wall jump. Yeah, very packed level. It actually feels very Mario Maker 1 style in some ways. Now, do I want to save the POW? I probably do. No, let's not do that. Or the wall jump up. The POW would also kill all the Koopas. Let's just kill all the Koopas. Maybe I can do that. Possibly I'll need a POW later, but let's assume we don't. Okay. Okay, there we go. Pretty manageable so far. That's a bit of a maze. And yeah, Electrodude, happy working, I suppose. Now, icicles can actually nuke the Koopas if I need. Okay, I have to scroll up a little bit just to make sure we don't get into camera trouble. And sure, let's let the icicles get the kill again. Maybe timer is going to be a bit of a problem if we take too long. But for now, let's assume that we're okay. Grab all the coins we can. Key door down there, but we have a key here for that. So we'll grab all the coins along the way, assuming, of course, that they may be required. Yeah, I just need to be fairly cautious. Of course, it's going to be a fairly long reset if you take a death here at a stage in a maze. Ah, I needed the POW. I didn't realize I needed the POW. That is unfortunate. Okay, so that's actually a pretty long POW escort that I didn't previously understand. I don't know if there's an alternative to that. It's something else I can take, but I believe that requires a POW, and given that I was wall jumping up earlier, I don't have a good way to cart the POW up there. Maybe you with triple jump or something. Because there are certain spots where escorting the POW is actually pretty difficult. I guess that's what the icicles are there to constrain as well. That this is actually significantly more complex than if you need to ensure that the icicles do not hit the POW as well while you're busy escorting it. Okay, yeah, stand on the left over there. That's, whoops, correct, as long as you don't wall jump like that.
Oh no!
But yeah, I'll take my time with this for the time being, since this might be my last one today, depending on whether Green Heroes shows up. So we'll try to figure this out. Do need to take this somewhat patiently. Left side here. It's a little memory dependent, but we'll take it. You need to jump up into this. There we go. Yeah, timer isn't tight. Yeah. Didn't think so. No, I don't mind the length. I'm usually pretty okay with long levels. But the POW thing took me by surprise. Because I wasn't paying attention to the key door, and I assumed that maybe we'd have some other option. And I need like a pretty good run all the way to the end here. No. Maybe I need to escort it some other way.
Oh no!
Maybe kind of jump up and then grab. Whoops. Yeah, everything was looking pretty manageable until I realized I had to keep the POW. Which is technically visible, just something that you're unlikely to account for until you need it. until you make that mistake. Now notice that there is potentially a little bit of timing inconsistency with the Podoboos on the bottom right there, simply depending on the player's camera timing. So far that hasn't killed me, of course. So far that's been fine. But it is a potential inconsistency. Oh look, we actually can just jump high enough. I don't know why. I had so much trouble with it earlier. There we go. Not that hard. Might be wise at some point to just set down the POW for part of this. Okay, not too bad. You can even use the POW to control the Koopa positions in some places, I think. Then maybe even place the POW on that key door in advance so I can just not deal with it. Yeah, you need the icicle, I think, to get rid of the Koopa in some places. Okay. Good so far. Let's not mess with that guy. I don't want to go down yet, though. Let's drop the POW over here. Oh, no. That's not what I wanted. I did not want to drop the POW in that slot. I wanted to drop the POW to my left, and I missed. Spectacular fashion. Bad way to go, considering how well that was going. Okay, close call there. Alright, this jump was the only one I was worried about. And we just need to hug the wall to do that. Now we need to not be impatient. It's okay, it feels manageable so far up to this halfway point. Nothing really getting me out of nowhere. Alright, down we go. Yeah, once again, the fire timing here is a little unfortunate if you don't scroll in evenly, but just a point of inconsistency. There are ways to control that, using something like a spike ball or a bone shell, for instance, to spawn the Podoboos once you're within range of a single trigger. And then that trigger would line up a certain set of fireballs to always be synchronized. Because now you can see that we're going to get into some pretty serious issues. Yeah. 3 sections, okay. You believe it's 3 sections, yeah. I guess you made this back in September. Okay. Barely made it. Yeah, the timing consistency in the bottom right is the only thing so far that is a bit strange, but everything else pretty straightforward here. Just need to be careful. I found actually the sort of maze aspect of this to be very immediately readable. I don't think navigationally I'm having any issues. It's actually very easy to understand how the maze is laid out. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, I felt like I saw a lot of this style of level back in Maker 1, but not so much in Maker 2, in terms of having these winding paths with lots of tight corridors. Especially back when we had the amiibo costumes, which led to people making a lot more designs with Mario being one tile high. Like, it used to be more popular, I think, like this kind of winding maze level. And that's amazing, exactly. Okay, let's be really careful about setting down this POW. Set it down like this. Great. So now, I'm going to do all this stuff on the right side without carrying the POW, so I have a bit more flexibility. And let's just wait for every icicle. Now, I don't know if we can expect something like a checkpoint past a door. It's a long level, so that might not be the case. Okay. I do not want to drop the POW in locations such as this, because if the POW lands in a corner, then I'm in big trouble. Okay, no checkpoint as expected. Yeah, we just need to sneak into the pipe here. Follow the rhythm a bit. And let's drop down just to scroll the camera and see. Yeah, once again, we need something to get through the bricks, possibly a P-switch, and then something to stand on for the door. So, let me just see if there's anything up to the left here. There are icicles to go through. Let's assume that I might in fact need them. No, I did not want to do that, but thankfully the icicle saved me. Oh, okay. So Koopas spawn through the pipe. That's something really important to know. Whoops.
Oh no!
Like you were saying, 3 sections.
Oh no!
Yeah, first section, I mean, it takes a while, but I think I can do it. Second section, I just don't know the path yet. And of course, we don't know some of the pipe spawns, as we saw with the Koopa spawn earlier, so. And yeah, Merlin, I agree. This one is actually very readable. You do have to have a certain amount of patience playing it, but that's fine. I mean, some players will have that, some players won't. But yeah, it's not like this is ever too noisy or anything like that. It's very clear what it's trying to do. It was a mess when you made it, yeah. It takes a while to tune these up. But the jumps themselves so far have felt pretty fair, so. Apart from, of course, this corner that we've complained about already. But, like I said, not too tricky once we figure it out. I can see how people would potentially die to a lot of impatience on repeated attempts, though. Like, if they've been grinding away at this for a while, you would eventually just make lots of mistakes from wanting to rush through the early stuff. So it's the kind of thing that can psychologically trick you out. You know, where your early attempts seem clean, and then you start messing up because you want to hurry back to the newer content. Okay, I do need this icicle here to kill the Koopa. Let's not activate it yet then. No. I was doing this earlier without really even thinking about it. Hang on, let's just try to get the spawn timing down. Oh, that's way off. Way off. There we go. Took me a little while, but I got it. In the end. You need the Koopa to be walking towards it within about a 1 tile gap. That's how you do it. Best to have a consistent understanding of that now, so we can apply it later. Okay, POW, set it down to the left here. Yeah, let's keep it down. And yeah, I guess the thing with working primarily with vines and icicles, you've got a huge budget to work with in terms of things you can place in the level. Now, the timer does worry me a little bit if we indeed have no checkpoints in this one. Because I have been taking my time with some of the earlier sections. And yeah, I have to watch out, of course, for the pipes. Whoa, that was not what I wanted to do. Let's drop this guy. No, 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 that's not what I wanted to do either. I wanted to drop him. Drop. Really getting killed in those soft drops today. Even on some of the earlier levels. Okay, the Koopas do spawn. Have to be extra careful here. Yeah, I guess that shell is still clearing space down below. And I should, in fact, just fire one of these shells. Well, no coins or anything here. Now, here's the thing. Whoa, okay. Close one there. Very close call. Hang on. Can I go through this? Yes, I can. Why would I want to go through this? Because there are more coins, okay. Yeah, no point proceeding there when I don't have a key yet. I probably need to key off the pink coin at this stage. Nope, was trying to wall jump off of that. That was not successful. Tetrateryx. Yes, I was originally intending to do Maker 1 this month, but things got severely delayed because I had to cancel a lot of streams due to just being too busy. I am still planning on doing Mario Maker 1, including some of your longer puzzles. Pretty much as my next big game. Might start it around Christmas, might start it in the new year. I don't know yet. But for the next few weeks, mostly I'll be doing a few more puzzle streams in this game and then probably switching to Maker 1 for some retro content by Maker standards. But yeah, my streaming schedule was kind of unexpectedly cut in half and cut to ribbons this month just from things coming up. You did think it was too confusing. Yeah, I guess with the green pipes everywhere and with the green pipes sometimes spawning Koopas, it was difficult to tell that you could in fact enter some of them there. Yeah, that's one thing I'm quite looking forward to about going back to some Mario Maker 1, in fact, is just to see some amiibo designs again. I feel like they lost a big part of the audience by not having amiibo costumes, since, you know, a lot of people, especially more casual players or beginners to level design, really got a lot out of doing like aesthetic or story levels using the costumes in the first game. And that just died completely. I mean, in Mario Maker 1, you just saw things like story-driven levels or comedy levels and such all the time, and a lot of those concepts just didn't work the same way without costumes, unfortunately. Totally setting aside the sort of functional element of losing the costumes, which was that you no longer have a one-tile power-up that behaves like the Super Mushroom when it comes to breaking bricks with your head and so on. I mean, I can see that it, you know, they just never figured out a way to make it work with multiplayer, and perhaps with some of the newer ideas for things like the Link costume as well. And yeah, the inside the walls tech, Tetraterix, which I know you used in one of your Maker 1 puzzles, would have interacted with quite a lot of new stuff here for sure. But anyway, let's get through here. 380 seconds, more or less. Try to get past the Koopas. And then drop this guy. Okay, let's try to leave the shell alive for a moment. The reason we're leaving the shell alive is to prevent more Koopas from spawning. Same with this guy here, although that will just die anyway. Okay, there we go. Now let's get in through here. Yeah, I want to probably... I was thinking of, like, spin and wall jump from the left side. That probably works best. And we'll get the Koopa killed as well. There we go. I see an icicle dripping up top. Let's be aware of the icicle. Let's try to kill this guy up to the left. Nope, that's not gonna go. Let's just bob him. Anyway, got some coin collection to do over here, so let's try to make that happen. Now let's go topside first, just so I can improve my camera position. Okay, this isn't too bad, just need to be cautious. Nothing here is super precise, you just need to be careful. Watch your step. And just remember where icicles are going to respawn in front of your face. This is just a ceiling, as expected. Yeah, it's a very packed level in many ways. This is a dead end over here. Let's try to go up. I feel like I missed a branch down below, but we'll deal with that later. I would like to just get the icicle kill on this guy here. Whoa, close one. Come on. There we are. Sure, I'll take it. That's going to get me into a ton of trouble. Let's stop that. Okay. Now, coming back upstairs here and minding my head is going to be a bit of a challenge, but yeah, because there will be some wall jumps that are necessary to get back up. And notice that we missed a coin on the left side. And this might just be a dead end anyway. No, it's not. Maybe. Yeah, we missed a few coins on the left side, in fact. Except there's a POW here. That's interesting. And a pipe out on the right side, okay. Whoa, okay. I just want to check the pipe first, actually. We're a bit low on time anyway, so... Ah, I see, okay. So we did need to get all the coins from the other side. I want to see what this is in the question block, though. Maybe if we're lucky we just get a key from it straight up or something. Oh, P-switch, okay. You don't actually need a P-switch to get through this if you use a shell, though, right? So. Oh, except now we only have access to the one P-switch because it's off a question block. So if we respawn through here, we'll get no more P-switch, so I'll have to use the shell later on. So yeah, that's going to be an issue, in fact.
Oh no!
That's okay. We just took the wrong branch anyway, and I was going to run low on time, so... Let's see if we can make this work. Used a POW for something else instead of the P-switch. I was thinking so too, using the P entry. I've used that in a ton of puzzles before. But because of the way that you have 3 bricks that are stacked on top of each other, and because you're Small Mario, you would need to use multiple shells to break all of the bricks that you need in order to get into that location. And so the P-switch is a much easier way of getting to the key door, if you don't want to mess around with that. Because otherwise you do put yourself at risk of killing yourself with a shell. Since you do need to do more than one shell throw to make that work. I think. No you don't. You could just go through that slot and do a soft throw. So. But in spite of the fact that I can do it with shells instead of the P, I feel like the P is going to be safer. I also don't know what's on the other side of that door and whether the P-switch activation will be required to progress once you're through the key. Yeah, no worries about the length, Reincarnated Smurf. I mean, obviously, once I took the wrong branch in the second maze, I was going to be dead, but... that's the only thing, is that felt a little bit trial and error if I didn't see what the pathway was going to be. Come on, Koopa. There we go. There we go. Yeah, because we got 7 coins accounted for and a few more in that location that I didn't see. No need for a safety coin, of course, because there is no checkpoint. let's grab the key over here. Obviously, if I can save some time, that would be good, now that we know how much we're dealing with and how close I am on a timer. Yeah, it is a pretty interesting design. I mean, I think one of the other reasons why we don't see too many levels like this anymore is because so many people active in Mario Maker now design with things like viewer levels in mind and tend to go a bit shorter. Just for the sake of getting played. Wow, that was, once again, accidental. I was not expecting a slip like that. That's okay, just gives me a chance to clean this up and do it a bit faster. Yep, Merlinda was a gigantic F. Okay, we don't want to rush. At the same time, I don't want to stall too much. But the early pathways are pretty clear to me now, so... to save time, you're saying something about a pipe. Just drop in the first section. I'll have to understand what you're saying later. Because right now I'm kind of focused on this part here. That's the trick with longer levels like this, is that it's very easy to lose huge attempts just to losing focus. You know, because you start zoning out of the earlier and easier stuff with time. After the key door, yeah. I'll go back and read your message again after I get there then. Just so I understand it properly. Okay, let's be very careful about the soft drops here so we don't... time you don't just jump over that pipe, just drop in the first section. Oh, okay, no, the icicle thing. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, because I guess we're not doing this segment here, right? Yeah. Kavik, welcome. Hope you're doing okay. And yeah, Twitch has become more and more aggressive about some of the advertising. Unfortunately, that is out of my control. Or rather, Twitch wants me to believe that it's within my control if I just voluntarily run more ads, but no thanks. Okay, let's try to get this going. There we go. Try to get the icicle kill on this Koopa if we can. You just watched Arcane. I don't think I know anything about that. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we were missing 3 coins earlier in this section because I didn't go down to this area. Okay, so we need to wrap around this side. It's going to be a loop. Let's get out of here. We'll loop down below. So we've got 1 coin down here. Okay, there's still 1 coin that's unaccounted for then that I missed earlier on. I don't see where that could have been. It might have been up here. Let's see. Yeah, it is up here. Whoops. Whoa, close one. Animate a show based on League of Legends. Okay. So League of Legends actually produced something of value. That's unexpected. I come from StarCraft. I have a natural bias against League of Legends. For all sorts of reasons. Okay. Coin over here. To figure out which one I missed. But then we'll need to make it to the key door with the POW intact. Hopefully. Okay, there we go. Key. 164 seconds. I think we can probably do it if I'm careful. And you strongly suggest I tried it. Is it on a particular streaming service? Like, has it been part of all that anime that's been acquired by, or animated series that have been acquired by, I don't know, Netflix or elsewhere lately? No, I should look it up for sure. Okay, what was my pathway here? I have to be careful. Yeah, there was that drop on the right side. That's kind of a one-way drop. But which I think we can do. Yeah, this drop right here. Oh, come on. Got 2 tiles to work with. Why didn't we actually get the Koopa to die? There we go. Close one there. Okay. Let's not fire the shell unnecessarily. Okay, yeah, this icicle is going to drop the POW out of the brick. And the POW is going to die. Why did the POW die there? That was strange. That didn't happen previously. Oh, because of the shell. Okay. And you only get 1 chance at that POW because it spawned from the block. Okay, I guess we're using the P-switch method. And playing this a risky way. And, quality humor, welcome. And that's okay, we've got shells here. So this contains a P-switch. We've got 40 seconds. I just need to hit this twice. Which is going to be tricky to do without killing myself, but we'll try it. That works too, in fact. That will work just fine. Let's not die to this shell, please. Whoops. Just get on top of that vine, in fact. Just tap. Tap, come on. Okay, there we go. Let's place this out of the way. Time's up. Okay. Took too long to do that. And yeah, like you said 5 seconds ago, I have 5 seconds. That's okay, there were a lot of things we could improve about that attempt. Seems like that's the whole level though, so... Because we can see where the exit is on that key door on the other side. And of course, it's a little more straightforward if I do manage to capture the POW. Whoops. So yeah, do need to tighten up some of the earlier stuff. But we'll get this, probably.
Oh, no.
And yeah, this level, I mean, it's not bad. It's actually, I mean, I think it's unclear just how tight the timer is going to be, you know, just given its length. And so you kind of have to guess at your pace. And of course, in the second half, you know, if you don't do the maze correctly, you are just going to lose on time. But other than that, like, the individual segments are fine. They're very playable. You do need to be cautious, but some things I obviously need to do much faster. Of course, I had a bit of navigational trouble with figuring out some of the earlier coins. That was definitely a factor. Taking too long to kill some of the Koopas. Come on. Yeah, like that guy there took me forever last time. And yeah, quality humor, I mean, it depends on the difficulty tuning and the kind of level. I generally don't mind really long levels as long as the individual elements can be done consistently in a way that's just like very medium difficulty. But in general, I think I'm much more open to marathon levels than a lot of other people. Not just in Mario Maker, but in general. For those of you who were not here at the beginning of the stream and know who Megatoro is, Megatoro actually just made a gigantic Champions Road style level. I took a look at it for a few minutes at the beginning of the stream, and it's clearly going to be a long-term project. Okay, 380 seconds here. That's on par with one of my better attempts. And yeah, we had that huge Metroid level from last week that I hadn't finished yet either, which will likely also require a separate stream. Three, 5, 7. Okay, that was risky, but we got it. That was actually exceedingly dangerous. And so was that. Whoop. Maybe living a little bit too dangerously for a level of this scale. Okay. Yeah, I need to remember to do this part first to grab the 3 coins we had missed on previous attempts. Yeah, we can do the lower one first. Let's do that. A bit of a run and a spin here. Hang on, it's not climb the vine, of course. Here we go. Now let's see. And yeah, quality humor, I think people really do have a range of attitudes towards whether they ever want to repeat content that they've beaten. I know there's definitely a style of player that wants everything to be super, super hard, but which can be done once and only once. The natural conclusion of that being the sort of one checkpoint every screen style of games like Celeste. Which is, you know, very good at doing what it's trying to do. But you can see why that style of player, for instance, like really loves games like Celeste. I tend to like things a little bit roomier. I mean, anybody who has been on this stream for very long knows just how much I like to talk up Ukulele and the Impossible Lair, which has a legendary 20-minute long final level with no checkpoints and 4 mini-bosses, and which is a fantastic platforming level. But again, you know, you kind of have to fit that to the needs of your game and its mechanics and its difficulty tuning on a segment-by-segment basis. Like, you wouldn't want to do something like that with a game that's designed around the same margins as Celeste, for instance. The checkpointing has to fit the design. Okay, sure, we'll take it. Come on. There we go. 160 at this point, that's not great. I feel like that's on par with the previous attempt, which was, as we know, too slow. That's also a problem. Okay. Okay, good. That shell is just not going to go indefinitely, which was an issue we had earlier. This is going to hit the POW. Yeah, I don't feel great about grabbing that POW, to be honest, but I did not feel great about grabbing that POW. Yeah, no, let's just go with the P method next time. I don't want to deal with precision stuff. Oops. Okay, here we go. Quality humor, you're saying... Whoops, not paying attention here. Replaying water sections generally isn't as interesting as replaying Kaizo. Well... yeah, drop against a block where the POW drops from... should drop me straight down between the spikes. Yeah, Merlin, I can't quite visualize what you're telling me right now, but we'll try to keep that in mind when I get back there. I squandered a little bit of time here. Let's get past this. And just to set expectations, Reincarnated Smurf, I might not be able to stay long enough to actually finish this if I don't get it on the next attempt or two. Because I'm already quite a ways past my usual time. I say that every week, actually. And I'm way over time, to the point that it has become normal. But we'll see. I mean, I got very close. I've lost on time, basically. Hang on. Getting a bit sloppy here. That's okay. That was a bad attempt anyway. Yeah, I think I would rather not deal with the POW. I think I would rather do the P-jump method. I was very close to doing it on that one attempt earlier. It's just that I spent a long time trying to recover the shell. Or stop the shell. And I just blew everything. Okay. Down we go. Whoops. Let's go around this guy. There we go. Yeah, I need to not spend too much time on obstacles like this. Okay, let's be relatively quick about this. Not wait twice on every cycle. Whoa, risky there, but a little bit of time savings might pay off in the long run. Okay, 395, that's actually pretty good. Okay, shortcut down. Okay, there we go. Leave everything alive and let's go. 372. There's tech that you think would make some sections easier, yeah. We had such fancy dodges on a previous attempt as well, that was unwise. I think I got a bit complacent there after having so many narrow escapes on the last attempt before that. The last good attempt. Whoops.
Oh, no.
Okay, let's pay attention here. Yeah, like I said, Reincarnated Smurf, we will make like maybe one more deep attempt at this and try to get through all the coins again, and then I will probably call it after that if we run into timeout or some other really late issue again. Okay, there we go. Bad idea. Oh, okay, that guy died quickly at least. And this one's going to stall. There we go. Okay. Up we go. And yeah, wait for this. Let's wait for this guy. Not going to be quite as good as that 390 I had earlier, but well, 395 rather. We'll try to make up for lost time by not dying. Can't you kill the Koopas by dropping the pound them? You probably can. Yeah, just by shoving it in their face. I feel like I do that in puzzles all the time. Just trying to be extra cautious. Don't want to get up in their face if I can avoid it. Okay, I knew there was a Koopa spawn on the left side there. 358, a little bit behind par, but we'll do this the sensible way for once. Okay, this is going by pretty quickly. Come on. Okay, that went well. Let's loop around at the lower level. Get back up this way. And then I'll try to remember that some of you were telling me something about the POW area later, but I think I'm just going to avoid the POW. And I just do not want to deal with that spike. Maybe I will come to regret this if I die to the shell in the next section. But I'll do it this way now and regret it later. Whoa, close one. What? Drop. Or don't. Let's be careful about those wall gems. Let's not spam them in tight corridors. No, that's a dead end. We want to go up. Okay. Nope.
Oh no!
Just slipped. Okay. I will try to continue this. Probably not much more, but... And that was extremely avoidable. No, hang on. That was also extremely avoidable. Let's just get some of this out of my system and then back into a real attempt at last. Up we go, and down. Nope, hang on. What? This was working fine earlier. Come on, let's go. Okay. Here we are. Yeah, why don't we do things a sensible way for once? Of course, if the icicles continue to do my job by proxy, we'll take that too. Let's be cautious. Nope. Let's need to read accurately when something is not going to happen. Come on, down we go. No, just got stuffed there. Bit of a choke. It's okay. Well, Where'd we go? And once again, this guy. We don't want to be doing POW drops right under the icicle, of course, because the icicle will bust that for me. That would not be good news. Like I've been saying, my soft drops have been a little bit off all day, so I don't want to be using them all the time, lest I have an accidental throw. Okay, about 400 seconds, best one yet. Nope. Almost made the same mistake as before. Stuffed the pipe a bit. That was dangerous. Okay, this jump is always a little bit of a concern. We'll get back here with some time to spare. Probably could have beaten this. Let's take it carefully. Carefully. Always seems like "let's do this carefully" it tends to be famous last words here on the stream. Right before I do something reckless. Okay, let's set this down. No, we don't even need that spot. What am I doing? Yeah, I need to deal with this guy here. Okay, that works. 2 coins remaining. Yeah, that's on par with expectations. So watch that icicle drip, of course. One coin to the top left over here, and that's going to be key. I know it's going to be up. I feel like the higher path, despite taking a bit longer, was much safer. Oh, whoops. Much safer, he says, as the icicle nearly causes catastrophe. Okay, doing way better on time at a little over 200, whereas previously I was at about 160 here, I think. So, as a matter of strategy, I guess we should decide whether we're going for the POW or just going to go for the slightly riskier P strategy. I think I would rather not deal with the spikes. So we could take a shell to the face, we could accidentally activate the P-switch, lots of things can go wrong, but I don't want to deal with the spikes, so And Elite Low, yeah, I usually try to target a stream between 3 and 4 hours, but for viewer levels, I do tend to run over quite a bit, so... Alright, here's how it's going to work. We're going to attempt, once again, to do a shell throw on the left side. Great. Now, I have 150 seconds to stop this shell safely. Place it safely up here. Oh my goodness. Let's not place it safely up there. That's a disaster. Place it safely here. This Koopa is stressing me out slightly. But, drop the P, hold up going into it, and hope that I didn't need an active P switch. Okay, great. That's the clear. Yeah, no way was I dealing with that POW. That worked. That Koopa at the end was a piece of work. But thank you for the GG. I'm going to do one last check for Green Heroes, who I think left a while ago, but thank you for that, Reincarnated Smurf. And I always appreciate when people offer me first clear. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. But I knew this was manageable. It was just a matter of time, and I was 11 seconds off the clear check. Which is not too bad, actually, considering that you would know the optimal paths, and I had to figure them out on the go. So, thank you for the GGs. Let me just do one last check here, but this is probably the end of the stream, and if it is indeed the end of the stream, then we will head off to raid somebody else. So basically, unless Green Hero speaks up, Green Heroes, I assume, just fell asleep in the stream or something again. So we'll close with some other words. We'll have more Mario Maker content coming at a bit of an erratic schedule in the days ahead. I try to post about the schedule on our channel's Discord server, but lately things have kind of moved around on short notice. That's just how December goes in the run-up to Christmas. Other than that, we'll be doing a lot of puzzles actually in the next little while, and hopefully pivoting to Mario Maker 1 again by the end of the month if I am able to do so, as we were talking about earlier. With that said, that's going to be, by the looks of it, all that we're going to be taking care of today, and we'll pass you on to somebody else who is likely doing Mario Maker. And I'll scan for that in just a moment. But in the meantime, thanks for watching. Thank you once again to Zero Planes for the huge raid earlier today, and everybody else who came with him. Lots of new follows and lots of new submitters today that I'm very happy to receive. Stick around for the raid. Until next time, thank you for watching, and as always, fare thee well.